Welcome in to a very, very, very special episode of the Press Row Show, the #1 rated pregame, intermission, and postgame show on the side of the Mississippi. Oh, I like that.
Are you ever ready?
Elbows. No, I was trying to see if it was muted or unmuted. Welcome in. It's a huge show. All right. I know that like sometimes people overhype things. We are not notorious for that. But it is a huge show because we have.
We are not notorious for that. You are.
We are not. We have
Yes.
so many guests. It's almost like we're the Oprah Winfrey of guests. Pre-game, you get 2 guests, and first intermission, you get a guest, and second intermission, you get a guest. Everybody gets a guest. Post-game, who knows? Hilarity will ensue.
Yes.
On the pre-game show, we have Flyers Charities representative Cindy Stutman. She's
representative.
Well, I'm just saying.
She
she's
runs the whole thing.
I said she's
here.
She's here. She's the grand poobah.
Yes.
So I'm saying she is the representative on the show for Flyers Charities because there's some big news. Today is the Ed Snider Legacy Game. So she'll be here. Speaking of Ed Snider, his daughter, Sarena Snider, will be on the show pregame. First intermission. Somebody who Bundy's been talking about having on the show for quite a while is set to join us.
As a matter of fact, we asked him last show, and he said, if you fire the guy who sits next to you, I'll come on.
And he didn't mean me. He meant
Bundy.
He meant Bundy.
Hey, Fridge.
There goes
Fridge.
Fridge.
Good show.
There goes Fridge.
Yelling away there.
You hear him.
Yeah, John. Yeah, you know what? That guy was my roommate for like 10 years.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been to battle together.
Yeah.
on and off the ice. You know what? He was like trying to like pry something off of somebody, trying to get him to come on. Finally, he's like, all right, I'll come on.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, thanks a lot, John.
John LeClair will be joining us at first intermission.
And you'll realize very quickly just how normal a guy John is to us.
Yes, exactly. So Johnny LeClair will be first intermission. And then second intermission, Ike Richman, who used to be the vice president of communications for Comcast Spectacor when Ed Snider was alive, was like Ed's right-hand man. He will be part of the program on second intermission, telling some great Ed Snider stories. So we got a lot of Ed Snider legacy stuff today. And of course, there's a hockey game too.
Oh, there is.
Yeah, Flyers playing the Calgary Flames today. Should be fun. Should be a good day of hockey all around.
I see our first guest over there. Do you want to?
Yeah, we can bring her on.
Do you want to bring her on? Do you want to?
Whenever Cindy's ready.
We'll bring her
Whenever
on.
Cindy's ready, she can come on.
There she is. Boom! It's a track meet now. So, ladies and gentlemen, she has been on the show before. She was actually on the show with us about a year ago for at the Charities Carnival.
No, I'm going to bring this up because this will be.
What are you going to bring up?
This is a thing. Cindy joining us. Hey, Cindy, welcome to the show. Yeah, you have now officially tied the most appearances on Snow the Goalie.
I just said to Kate, I think I might be close to the record.
This is third. Your third. This is your third. Don't make sure you talk right into the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, this is your third appearance on Snow the Goalie, so it's tied with Travis Sanheim, tied for the most. So the next time you come on, we'll have to have like a plaque for you or something, like a most frequent guest.
A new world record.
Well, I came
Frequent flyer.
I came with gifts, so I get another invitation back.
Look at this.
Whoa! Hold on a second.
All right, wait a second.
So there's a story behind them.
Yeah, I got to find
obviously.
out about. All right, so these are snacks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead, tell us the story.
So-
Tell us the story.
Guys, pens?
So we
Oh, yeah.
did. We had an employee event the other day. Flyers, Comcast Spectacor employees, Ed Snider Youth Hockey and Education, the alumni. We were all together to celebrate Mr. Snider. And as we worked on the event, we were in very close contact with Lindy, who said, if we're going to have a meeting, we have to have a meeting the way my dad would want to have it. And he liked to snack during meetings, and these were 3 of his favorite snacks. We gave them to everybody at the event. The press box has them today, so here you go.
This is awesome. So it's peanuts, or they're cashews.
Yep.
They're cashews, M&Ms, and Oreo cookies.
Yes.
Oh my God, my diet is
So if you're
done.
watching at home right now and you're like, what can I do? How do I feel
But
like
you know
I'm
what?
part of the game?
But that is
With
actually.
the Oreos app.
So when I see something like this, I love this because it gives a lot more insight into just the person, right? That was here for so many years, watching games, and the intricacies of what goes into watching a Flyer hockey game from the top of the food chain. You know what? I mean, it is. It's simple. It's great. I mean, look, if you get the Flyers, the logos on it.
Yep.
With the snacks, very, very cool, Cindy. I love it.
Cindy, it's awesome. And what I wanted to ask you right off the top is, if you could, take us through putting this day together. Like, when did it start? When did you guys start putting this together? And like, who was involved? And how did this all kind of come to fruition?
This started, I don't know, let's call it three or 4 months ago. And this came from Dan Hilferty.
Uh-huh.
And, he said, we're going to do this legacy game. We're going to celebrate it. We looked at the calendar. like lo and behold, we played on Mr. Snider's birthday. And I raised my hand and said, hey, I want to be involved in this. I've been around a long time. I'd love to be part of this. So was a part of the group. We worked with Lindy, and we had a team of people here, a lot of which have been here a while and worked for Mr. Snider and really understood sort of the legacy in a different way than somebody that's come in the last few years. But we had a really dedicated team, and a lot of hard work went into it.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So why don't you take us through some of the stuff that the fans that are going to be here in attendance are going to have an opportunity to experience when they get down here.
Yep, so when they come in, they will get a Mr. Snider Flyer Forever patch, which the team will be wearing on their jerseys today for the game.
Cool.
After the game, we'll be auctioning off those jerseys to benefit Flyers charities.
Sweet.
Fans will see this later, but players came in, or it might even be on social already, players came in wearing Ed Snider Youth Hockey and Education jerseys, which they will then sign and we will give them back to Snider so they can fundraise with those.
That's really cool.
Here's the patch that
that's
they were
nice.
giving out. Yeah, they're giving out all those as they walk in. Cool. You can put that on a jacket or a jersey, whatever. So really, really nice. And they're at the entrances to the game. So make sure you pick them up if you're listening to the show today. So sorry for grabbing my jacket there.
That's okay.
I had to get my patch done.
So Cindy, I noticed that there was something going on with Flyers charities. There's a.
Well, wait, before you ask your question, is there more?
An interruption over
here.
Well,
I think as part of the game presentation, you'll see a song list that's cultivated from Mr. Snider's favorite songs that we got from the family. You'll see a lot of testimonials, current and past Flyers. We have 2 full suites of alumni are here that jumped at the opportunity to attend this game. So there's going to be a lot of flavor, past and present, to celebrate.
And there's
legacy.
There's a pregame thing we're cutting off a couple minutes early because there's a pregame, like not a ceremony, but like a little presentation,
we'll
right?
We have a ceremonial puck drop happening, and a really cool legacy video to kick off the game.
All right, now you can ask your question.
Okay.
I was just mentioning the fact that I happened to notice a press release, and I noticed that Flyers Charities and Snider Youth Hockey, there's something really special going on there as well.
Yeah, well, we were down there for that. Well, at least one of us was down there for that. So go ahead, Cindy. You can tell.
I thought you'd never ask. So before the game, we had a press conference, and Flyers Charities and the Flyers announced a $300,000 donation to Ed Snider Youth Hockey and Education. If you remember, about 6 months ago, we opened up a ball hockey rink we built with Snider outside of the Scanlon rink in Kensington. And we were hoping at the time that would be a pilot, and that's exactly what it will be. So we are looking forward to our next big project. And more to come in the next few weeks, hopefully, but we're going to keep it moving.
But still, I mean, to make a $300,000 donation, to see Scott Tharp's face, who, president of Snider Hockey Youth Foundation, when you guys presented that check, it's just the smile. Like, it's like he couldn't wipe it off his face. I mean, it was just really, really, really cool. And then the other thing was that was talked about, I guess you guys put it out previously, was kind of creating the job for the Snider Hockey graduate. Can you talk a little bit about that too? Because that was kind of like a spur of the moment thing that Dan was involved with, but was really, really cool.
No, it was a very spur of the moment thing, and one of the coolest things I've ever seen here, to be honest. So we were at this Mr. Snider Legacy event, and we had a philanthropy panel that I was on with Scott Tharp and Jasmine Martinez, who is a Snider Hockey student that just graduated with her master's 2 weeks ago, and she was talking about how the program impacted her. And when Dan came back to the stage after that, he said, you know what? You're going to be part of this team. We are going to offer an employment opportunity to a Snider graduate every year, and you're going to be the first one.
That's unbelievable, right?
That's amazing.
I mean, that's fascinating.
Yeah, so she immediately called her mom. But she's fantastic. I don't know if you remember her. She's the one that was at the draft.
Yes. Yeah.
And read the first round pick a couple years ago.
That's fantastic.
That is amazing.
That's really, really good stuff. Cool. I mean, as a longtime employee, Cindy, this has to make you feel really good because of it's kind of like the culmination of getting back to the way things used to be, right? I mean, you have to feel that way, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really exciting to be here and sort of celebrate the things that we've experienced and lived through as longtime employees, and it's a really fun time to be here now for sure.
Couple questions. I'm just looking at Cindy as we go. Will this be a recurring thing every year?
I believe it will.
I'd love to hear that. And the second thing is, which is simple.
Yes.
Are they selling these patches anywhere? We have some people that won't be at the game today, but they'd like to access some of these.
We're not. The plan was not to sell them
They're
originally.
Giveaways, yeah.
They're giveaways.
Yeah.
But TBD, we'll see.
We'll see. We'll yeah.
I'll bring it back to the people that can make that decision.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, Cindy, thank you so much for coming by. We really appreciate it. This is going to be a fantastic day.
It will be a fantastic day, and I'd be remiss if I didn't try to do a quick charities plug.
Oh, please do. Do what we got to do. Do what we got to do, yeah.
So we can't make donations like this without Flyers fans and their participation in our fundraising events. So in the next few weeks, as Bundy is well aware, we're joining forces with Flyers alumni to host an alumni game on the 26th.
Yep.
So tickets are available at flyerscharities.com.
And I think, isn't there a $6 discount for the Bundy discount?
We're waiting for that code.
We need that link.
I'll give it to you.
Brad asked us for Christmas. We got the code. I haven't got it yet.
I got the code. I will get it to you today.
That'd be great, Cindy.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm
$6 off's a lot.
Will you guys stop interrupting this nice lady, for God's sake?
And then March 17th is the carnival, which we all look forward to. So also tickets available on flyerscharities.com.
Are we all wearing green for the carnival since it's on the 17th?
I mean, we want to see a good amount of orange, but we will embrace St. Patrick's Day and figure out how to incorporate it into the carnival. For sure.
Green and orange is a good combination. Isn't that the Irish colors?
I mean, it is the Irish colors.
In combo, let's do it. But let's not forget about the orange.
Absolutely.
100% let's do that.
Yeah, so let's do green and orange, right? Yes. Good stuff.
We'll see.
Cindy, great stuff as always. Thank you for coming on.
Thanks,
and like
guys.
I said, can't wait to have you on for your 4th time. And then we can really celebrate you as our most frequent guest on Snow Goalie.
There we go.
Awesome.
Thank
awesome.
you.
For
Give it up
Cindy
for Cindy
Stutman
Stutman.
from Flyers Charities. Good stuff.
Awesome stuff.
Good
Awesome
stuff. Yeah, I just want to talk real briefly about the press conference that they had downstairs. And Bundy, you weren't there, and I wanted to share this story because I already shared it with Russ. There were some great quotes that came out of it. The first of which was from Dan Hilferty, where he actually stood up there in front of the cameras, in front of some media. Not everybody was there, but some of the media were there. And all the guests, and he said, this day was a long time coming. It was too long. And he said, there were some lean years, but it's important that we do this. So, it was a public acknowledgement that they missed the boat on this in the past. And I thought that was so, and he kind of started with that.
Yeah, you know what?
And it's important that he says that, right?
So, I know we talked about it, and we said one man ultimately put this whole thing together, and everybody's uniting in a building every night because of one person.
Yeah.
That had a vision and the balls to make this thing happen in a city that, quite frankly, deserved it. When you see some of these other towns that get hockey teams, man, are we blessed to have this. And you know what? I'll say it. People say it. We're blessed to have Ed Snider as the owner and founder of this franchise. He more than deserves this. He actually should have a day like this. I'm glad we heard it every single year.
Yeah.
It's rightly so. Because you can't forget the past and the history of great foundations and franchises like this. It goes beyond winning. It's a family atmosphere. And you know what? I brought my son down today with his friends. That is my real tribute today, is bringing my son down and to be able to have him experience, because beyond the winning, beyond the success that many teams have had, the collapses, the losses, the devastation, the high glory that they've gone through, all of it, it all comes back to the owner and also to what this Flyers franchise is and what it means to the people. It's a great day here today. I'm really proud to be here calling this early today. It's going to be a great day.
Yeah, and we should point out you're here with us pregame. Normally you're on radio. Thanks to the Flyers for letting you switch over to this, because it's an important day for us to talk about this, and we'll get into that about that in a little bit. But the other thing I wanted to point out from the press conference, and it was what Cindy was talking about with Jasmine Martinez getting that job opportunity with Comcast Spectacor, and it was a spur of the moment decision by Dan Hilferty right there at the event. Decides that he's creating this job for a Snider hockey alum, and they're going to give a new job every year. They're going to give somebody a gig, right?
It's amazing.
And so Scott Tharp stood there, and I'm going to say this on the show because it's a quote. Okay.
Oh, it is a quote.
It is a quote.
It's not family friendly.
And I don't think that
put out a warning.
I don't think that anybody will get upset with us or get upset with me for saying it. But Scott Tharp looked over at Dan Hilferty because he asked him. He said, was that a spur of the moment thing? And Dan said, yeah, I made that decision right there on the spot. And Scott Tharp looked at him and goes, Dan, that's some Ed Snider shit right there. And it is.
It is.
And it is. And it's something to me. And look, Dan Hilferty's only been at this less than a year, right?
Yep.
There are some real things about the way Dan runs this team that makes you remember the way Ed ran this team.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's one of it right there. One of them right there.
He's a guy, like, I walked in today. I was on the suite levels, racing up here. I had to get Chris and his buddies, and I got half the Cherokee offensive line. We're going to get them on later. I told him that's what it would be all about. Just in front. Show you what beef looks like in high school these days.
Yeah, that's good.
Grow. But you know what? And there's Dan just walking through. Gives me 30 seconds of his time. How's everything? How are the girls doing in school? How's the basketball? He is just an unbelievable human being. And you know what? If he knew something like really intricate about you, the person in the building, he knew it, he would never pass you without asking that.
That's right.
And that's why there's guys like that. There's something about people like that that separate themselves from the rest of the people because they are exceptional. And Ed Snider was exceptional. And Dan Hilferty, in his own way, is exceptional. You don't become the head of a company like Independence Blue Cross and to have the people skills and the love of community and what Philadelphia stands for unless you're an exceptional person. And I'll tell you what, a lot of people, I hope they realize how lucky they have to not have a reincarnation of Mr. Snider, but someone that understood his vision. And that's what's so important to this team. And that's why this team will return to glory, why it's already on its way, even without the team being at the 100% that we hope it will get to eventually.
Yeah. And I think Andrew Fawcett asked earlier if Jay is here. Jay Snider, his son, is here, and Jay is not. Three of the Snider children were able to make it in for this event. It was Lindy, Sarena, and Craig are here for the event, and they're hosting a lot of people downstairs. So we really appreciate that Serena's going to be joining us here in about 10, 12 minutes, which will be really cool to have her talk about it. And the reason why it's going to be cool to have her talk about it, and we joked about this on the last episode, but in all seriousness, 2 years ago, we killed this team. For not acknowledging Ed Snider's birthday. And not because it was a thing about his, you need to recognize it's his birthday. But it was more about the fact that they were so hell-bent on completely disconnecting with everything from their past.
Yep.
Yes.
That was more what the complaint was about than anything else. And
corporate playbook.
It was a very corporate playbook. And they were so all over us. They were so all over us for pointing it out and whatever. But we found the number of tweets were hundreds upon hundreds of tweets of people saying, how can they forget this? How can they not do this? How can they let it get this far? And here we are.
I do remember.
2 years later, and this is what it is now. It's amazing to think of where we were 2 years ago and where we are now. And it's just it warms the cockles of my heart.
It does. And it also, I like the fact of doing the right thing and sometimes having the courage to say the right thing in the face of a lot is what's the right thing to have happen.
Well,
I mean, you can't. This team defines family to the city. That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Of all the other things, we all want to win. No one likes, losing in the first round because then we get ticked off at the product, and we talk about that. But that's what this is. And the disconnect that we saw that year was unbelievable. And it flowed in with everything. This is why this is such an amazing, and you're right, Anthony, 750 days later, we're in the building, we're celebrating Ed Snider's birthday the way it's supposed to be done because the game falls on his birthday.
Yeah. And it doesn't happen that often.
No, it does not.
Every once in a while. Look, have they played road games on his birthday before? Yes. But have they played at home on his birthday? I think this is only the second time since he died that they've played at home on his birthday.
Right, and it's not a big thing. It doesn't happen every year.
Right.
The January 6th where it happens. So, it's going to be great. I'm really excited to see what the ceremony is going to look like before.
I like Mr. Smith's comment here. This is nice. You guys in this Know the Goalie show are the pulse of the real fans. I want to point out, you know how I am. Sometimes I'm sensationalist. A little bit hyperbolic. I will point out that a few years ago when we raised this issue, one of us tweeted it out, or maybe we all did, or we talked about it on the show. And we had somebody who texted us and complained openly about the fact that we brought it up in the first place. Why are you guys trying to throw us into the fire? Why are you trying to trash what we're doing? And we said, it's not complicated. And we always said, the Raiders would acknowledge Al Davis's birthday. The Yankees would acknowledge Steinbrenner's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
whenever he's gone, the Cowboys will acknowledge Jerry Jones' birthday.
They will.
I mean, he's a crypt keeper, and he might never die, but still.
They should. He's a champion. He's won, like Snider, Steinbrenner, Al Davis.
But there are certain owners in sports that get that recognition because of what they built and what they put into, and the fact that they became synonymous with the team. And we had that, and then there were other people in the city with some kind of a platform or a voice who, after we brought that up, then just kind of said like, oh, disgruntled ex-employee, disgruntled ex-player, idiot, that'd be me, just screaming about something just to complain, just to be negative. And we said, no, like it's the principle of the thing. And now here we are a couple of years later, and not only are they acknowledging today, but they're having this whole big event. And I'll even go back a few months. When Dan Hilferty took over at that new era of orange thing when we were down on the ice, he said the Snider name, which the previous guy would not. The previous guy acted like it was Voldemort.
Yeah.
And now...
kind of like you react to Chuck Fletcher.
Fletcher Moore. What?
Yeah, that you know,
You shall not be named.
I don't like beating a dead horse like the past, but I've never seen a group of people that wanted to make him disappear from the history of the franchise like they did. That's a corporate playbook. I don't know how it happens, but it's just awful. It's awful.
Yeah.
And hopefully other corporations will learn from that.
But anyway, it's good, and this is cool. And again, 2 years ago, we never would have seen this happen.
That same person who contacted us and said, "Why are we making a big deal out of this?
Yeah.
You know, why are you killing us like this?"
Yeah.
Shook my hand downstairs and said, "I can't believe we are here where we are right now." And
Yeah.
I said,
it was totally him. He did it all. He's responsible for it. It's great. He did it. He brought everything back. Good job to him.
He said he's going to stop up and see us, so I'm sure he will have something to say.
The apology better be twice as loud
you guys-
as the first infraction.
The one thing that I think sticks out about our relationship here
What's that?
is when we first met Dan Hilferty came on our show. We did the end of this. It was about midsummer. We just want to talk about the Sixers, kind of his start to this journey. And I remember the first thing he said was, I was told at the carnival, the first thing was, "That's Snow the goalie. Stay away from them. Be careful." Remember he said that to us? And I'm like, I looked and I went, really?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then he realized, I think he paid attention. I'm like, well, let me see what these guys really did. They pointed fingers and told the truth.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what he discovered.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's it.
Absolutely.
We love it here. We love this organization, the team. But Hilferty, I just find that hilarious. That not even a year ago, he was warned, watch out for those guys.
Yeah.
He wasn't the only one. Like, there have been a few people over the course of time, especially with us, where it was steer clear, stay away, be very careful what you say. As if we're going to, I don't know. But anyway, we're happy. This is all great, and I think it's going to be a really fun night. Again, we will be joined shortly by Sarena Snider. First intermission, John LeClair. You may have heard of him. And then second intermission, Ike Richman, to tell a lot of stories about his time with Ed Snider. So there's a lot to get to today.
Should you ask Johnny about, I put in the book, you ever hear the story about me and Johnny? When we went to the trip in L.A.?
No.
You know this, right?
Yes.
So we stay at the Ritz-Carlton. That's what teams stay in, nice hotels. And anyway, me and Johnny decided we were going to play a couple of hockey games, but also have quite a good time as well after the games. And so we build everything to the Ritz, to build it to the room, whatever. You get a car to the game, food, whatever. Build it to the Ritz. So we go check out. We've been there for like 8 days out in L.A. on the West Coast. We go up and the bill's like $14,500.
What?
And I look at Johnny. We go check it out. I look at him. I go, "You got this one. I got the next one."
So good.
He just looks
so good.
Look at this.
Speaking of the man, we were just talking about you.
Come on over here.
We were just talking about you.
We were talking about you.
No,
we
did not. We did not ask. We did not ask him to come on.
Look at this.
Nope.
Didn't ever ask.
We did not ask. He just walked on. We have nothing to do.
He just walked on.
He just walked on camera.
I know
Listen,
he's busy.
We're not going to hold you for. We're not going to hold you for
2
long.
minutes.
But we've been talking about you, so we have to make sure that you're here to not defend yourself. We've been singing some praises here.
We have.
Well,
Dan, how important is this day today?
Anthony, this is a very important day. I mean, from the beginning of what we call the new era of Orange, and from the last time the four of us got together, it's been about recognizing our rich history and recognizing the founder who made this all possible in Ed Snider. And this is important because I firmly believe if we're going to achieve greatness again, we need to recognize where we came from, how we interact with the fan base, how we treat our players, how we treat the folks that work in this great arena. So I think this is a very, very monumental day for this organization.
Downstairs was like the coolest thing.
Wasn't it?
It was just really cool just to see everything that you guys are putting together. And I want to give you an opportunity to talk about we've already discussed it with Cindy because Cindy Stutman was already on, but we wanted to give you a chance to talk about giving out that career opportunity to the Snider hockey graduate each year and how that came to be.
Well, sometimes I can't help myself, and I think being in a position like this, you have an opportunity to make a connection that will have a ripple effect for other people. And so when we did this event for over 300 employees on Thursday, and Lindy Snider and I were sitting there, and we introduced this young woman, Jasmine Martinez, who just finished graduate school. I thought she was still an undergraduate, and she wants to be in sports and entertainment. And I said, Lindy, come on out with me. I have an idea, and that's how it happened. And she's thrilled. Now we have a couple department heads who are fighting for her.
How about that?
and we're going to make it I'm sorry, Chris. We're going to make it an annual.
It's so good.
That's amazing.
Fellowship. Yeah.
And Cindy said too. I know you're busy. This is going to be a recurring thing.
Yes. Yep.
That's amazing.
Why you want to join?
Well, I mean, anything. But I know. I'll tell you what. One thing. I just want to finish because I know you're busy. But we want to thank you. For what we are here, but for the fans. For being you. I mean, this has been a return to a lot, and I think people appreciate it, Dan. You've only shown a glimpse of who you are. This has been amazing for us, and we really want to thank you from our fans.
Who are also sending a lot of thanks.
If you read all the comments, they're all thanking you. Can
I just say something? I'm just a guy, and I'm so honored to be in this position as a fan. Can you imagine being a fan? I mean, even the three of you guys getting to do this every day. So I wake up every morning feeling very fortunate, and just to be part of a great organization with Keith Jones and Danny Brer, and Torts has been amazing. So we have a chance to really do something special if we're patient and we do it the right way, and we keep honestly engaging that fan base that continues to show interest and support and love us. And that's it.
Dan Hilferty, thanks for stopping on for 5 minutes.
Thanks,
and if we get in trouble for having you on, you got our back, right?
Never get in trouble. I'll sneak on anytime.
There we go.
Thanks, Dan.
Have a great day, bud.
Appreciate it.
So there we go.
That's Dan Hilferty in a nutshell.
There we go.
Exactly.
Just by coming on the
What a
pod.
guy.
What a guy.
What a guy.
Yeah, that's a perfect example of what we were just talking about.
Now he goes over and says hi to the organ player.
Yeah.
Just because that's what he does.
Yep.
And what we say that encapsulates Ed Snider's legacy.
Yep.
We're not here like trying to do it. This is the franchise. Even Bob Clark had said Ed Snider is the franchise. You know, like before when he said it. This day is so important, and we are so grateful that he just came on. There's everybody else. We just had Dan Hilferty join us.
He walked on his own. We had nothing to do with it.
We did not coerce him.
We did not coerce him.
Let the record show. No coercion.
That?
No, we're good.
We're
Everything's
good.
fine. Everything's fine.
Right here.
What could possibly go wrong?
Here comes Sarena Snider.
Now, we on this very loaded day of having guests and on a very loaded show here. We now welcome to the show.
Turn so she can see. Yeah.
We welcome to the show Sarena Snider. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Can you angle her mic up a little bit?
There we go.
Yeah, there you go. Much better. It's an honor to have you on the show. This is fantastic stuff. I guess the first question, Sarena, very, very high-level question, and I think it's an easy one for you, is what does a day like today mean to you personally and, of course, your family?
It just means so much to see everybody here honoring the legacy of the Flyers, and I think that my dad would be really proud to see the family that's come together today and all of the love and just honoring the foundation that built this team.
Isn't it amazing considering where we were 2 years ago?
Yeah, it really is. I've seen a cultural shift that's really positive, and I love that we're looking forward and building.
You know,
it's great.
Sarena was a little girl when I was like my first couple of years in the league, and Mom would come in. Your dad was so proud of you. But when you see this, Sarena, and I talk about family, that's what the Flyers to me has always been about. The family of the fans, the players, people in the building. How proud do you think your dad would be to see that kind of reconciliation here today in his honor?
I think he'd be so proud, and he just had so much love in his heart for so many people here, including you.
Thank you.
I don't know. It's just everybody's been so welcoming and so. I don't know. I'm at a loss for words.
I don't want to put anyone in a hot spot, but I think it's become evidently clear that your dad is as important to Philadelphia as just about any other sports icon, I think, historically. This team, I think, Sarena, in a lot of ways, embodies what the city is. Do you feel the same in a lot of ways when you look at your dad's legacy in this team and organization?
Yeah, I do. And I mean, I was born in 1985. I wasn't here in the 70s, but I feel connected through all the stories, and yeah, I feel the same way.
And so, being a child of the 90s, when this guy was playing, I want to ask this question. I've been meaning to ask this question for a long time. Who was your favorite player? And it doesn't have to be this guy. Who is the guy that you used to cheer for the most?
Oh man, this is a tough one because I mean, I just saw John LeClair. So good to see him. When I was 6 years old, I was completely enamored with Eric Lindros. I'd say it's a tough one. Rod Brindamore I had a soft spot for him. So let's just go with Rod because he's not here.
The usual suspect, yeah?
Bundy's used to it. He's used to it. Yeah, I was just a guy.
But, however, you were also.
You were only. Hey, listen. You were. I'm not. No, I was gonna say fifth out of 4.
You know what? That's how sweet she is. She's like, I didn't remember her, but you know what? You were number 4.
Sarena, another thing I wanted to ask you about from this morning. Obviously, the event that they had, the press conference that you were a part of downstairs. It's not just about the Flyers honoring your dad and everything else. There's more to it than that. And Ed Snider Youth Hockey Foundation, being kind of brought back into the fold. And Scott Tharp said it. We're back, baby. And the Flyers charities make a nice donation. We always say, everybody always talks about how Snider hockey was always like the thing your dad wanted to be remembered for the most. It's like, well, but he created a hockey team, right? But really, he did care more about Snider hockey than almost anything, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And I was there when he launched the program in 2005, and he just said this, I want to bring hockey to inner city kids, but really everybody. He wanted to equalize the entry into hockey for thousands of kids, which they've done. But he always said that. Obviously, we remember him for much more than that, but that is really the legacy that he wanted to have live on forever, regardless. And meant so much that Flyers Charities made a $300,000 donation to Snider Hockey. I was really blown away, and I just want to thank the Flyers organization for making that happen.
We just had him on. We were talking about him, Dan Hilferty. There will never be another Ed Snider, never be any person like your dad, but how important is it to have somebody that embodies his spirit and wants the people to have an understanding of how important this franchise is to them?
It's just, Dan is a really warm, caring guy, and I can tell that, he really embodies a lot of the qualities that my dad would want in a leader, but also, obviously, Jonesy and everybody.
Sure.
So.
Yeah.
Well, Sarena,
Danny Briere. Can't forget Danny.
Oh, can't forget Danny.
Yeah, I'm not used to. This is awesome that you guys are doing this, and yeah.
Again,
we appreciate your support too.
Our first interaction, I think, as a show with you on Twitter was under very different circumstances, which again, like we've said a few times now, it's amazing what the change at the top can do to kind of get this thing back on track. And I think that what we've seen so far, the team talked about a rebuild all offseason, the expectations were low, and yet up here and in the upper level, really where a lot of the more passionate, I would say, fans are, they're filling this place out. every day. And this has not been the case for years now. So it feels like, at least among the fans, they seem to also feel that return to the better days. I want to ask you, when is the last time that you felt, I don't know, as excited to be in the building as you were to come here today? Like, has it been a little bit, or?
Well, I honestly only come to like one game a year, which I'm embarrassed to say, because it's so hard.
Well, you don't live here.
Yeah, I don't live here, but to be honest, it's like really emotional for me. I'm so. I think April 2016 when he passed, even though that was a tough game for me. But I honestly just want to look forward, and I feel the energy shift. Like, it's apparent, and I haven't felt that way in 7 years. I'm happy to see that it's back. I don't know what happened.
well, we know what happened. We know what happened.
We're
all
moving
good.
on, girl.
It's all good. It's all good. Well, Sarena, listen, thank you so much for your support in the past for us, and the work that we've done. It meant a lot to us, and you guys will always have a special place in our hearts. But also thank you for coming on today and celebrating your dad with us and all the fans.
Yeah, thank you guys so much, and love the podcast, and thanks for bringing the fans into this. So
thank you, Sarena,
really
for being you, and for lending your dad to this whole city over all these years, to many people, your family. We're truly grateful for your time. Keep listening, and we're going to continue carrying that great Flyer message for you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Sarena.
Thanks,
Sarena Snider. Awesome stuff right there.
She's terrific. And
She's
the whole
the best.
Snider family is Lindy as well. She's in the house tonight.
Yeah,
But,
Craig's here as well.
Craig is, just really great.
Thanks again. Just good stuff. But guys, we only have about 10 minutes before there's like a pregame, like Cindy had talked about. There's a pregame tribute
pre-show,
and
right?
everything. There's a pre-show and everything. So let's,
Are we going to be able to film that from here? Is that legal? I don't know.
I don't think we can get away with it.
I think if we do it from our phone and send it out on Twitter, we can. But I don't think we can stream it. I don't think we're allowed to stream it.
Okay.
But I think
we could send over a request.
We can ask.
It's not going to look great though.
But
we can take
it's going to be on TV. So I mean, I don't.
We'll see. They can watch it on television. That's fine.
Yeah.
But let's get into the game for a few minutes here. Flyers now lost 6 of 7. Granted,
great transition.
Yeah. Granted, 3 of them have been in overtime, so they've at least still getting some points. Still hanging on to a playoff spot right now in the Eastern Conference. It looks like hey, good to see you. Good to try and get some of the guys back in the lineup who were out last game. Torts had some good positive things to say about Cam Atkinson and Morgan Frost. Finally, Morgan kind of, going up to him and saying, "Can we sit down and talk and tell you that I'm not happy with the way things are going?" And Torts said, "I'm glad he did that." I think he wanted that. I think that's kind of like
he's been waiting for that the entire season.
Believe me, okay. So
let's get into that, Bob.
Okay,
let's go.
So
okay.
I wish I wish it was the main show, because it's always better with the Bundy bombs. But let me tell you, and I never understood this till about my first year in the league. A coach will bully you to a point that he wants you to actually fight back. And I was taught as a kid growing up, you respect your coaches. Listen to them, be a good teammate, be a good guy. By my 5th year in the league, especially when Hitchcock came here, it was like a fight every day.
Yeah.
Like with lots of guys. And, remember like they used to say, they used to hear this. I think it's different since the world of social media has given people access to finding out a lot of the stories that went on in pro sports.
Yeah.
But remember Mike Keenan used to bully guys, right?
Yes, big time.
Like he would go after Scotty Mellenby, like apparently with firm, and I think he really wanted Mellenby to grab and beat him up. I believe that. When a coach is on the bench, like giving it to you, like, you're soft, you're not playing, they want you to turn around and be like,
yeah.
Shut the. And then when you don't, I think they respect you less.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily the way you're supposed to do it today. Because if I had, it would have been a lot shorter than the leash Morgan Frost had for me to get into Torts' office.
Right.
Like I would have lost my marbles.
Yeah.
But that also took me a little bit of time to do it. And let's face it, guys, we all get angrier when we get older. So yeah. I think the things we're scared to do at 22 are a lot easier to do at 52.
Right.
But anyway, those are life things too. But yes, those are absolutely 100%. And I like the fact that Morgan said in a professional way, look, I want to talk about this. This is garbage. Like, whether he believes it's garbage and the coach has a differing opinion, I don't know what's changed in 48 hours, 36 hours since the game.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of love going around today on Ed Snider Day, and that's a good thing for a hockey game.
Yeah, no, and Torts said, I appreciated the fact that he finally came to me, told me what he disagreed with me about, and that maybe we can use this as a way to find a path together forward. And that's what he said, and it's almost like he wanted him. That's what he's been pushing him for, to get that kind of emotion out of a player. And now you're showing me that emotion in my office. Translate that onto the ice, and we're going in the right direction.
And if you're ticked off, right, like a player, you're showing the coach that you do care.
Yes.
If you just take it, you're like, I'm going to go sit in the press box and hopefully I'm in. No, you got to fight for what's right, battle and claw at everything in life for what you believe is right. If you believe you're right.
I do have to say, it's kind of crazy it took this long.
He does need to be better, though.
Yeah.
That's the first time I'll say on that Western Conference trip, the West Coast, I didn't like Morgan Frost's game on that trip at all, guys. I didn't. Yeah. To be fair, and I always am. And we all are. But I'll be honest with you, that's a good. They'll be back in today, Anthony. Frost.
Both Frost and Atkinson back in today. Yes.
Who comes out?
Rhett Gardner and I didn't see if it was Delorier or if they're going with back to the 6D.
Get rid of the 7D.
It might be Mark Stahl. I didn't see who the other one was because I was at the press conference. I didn't see the lineup sheet.
So I wanted
morning.
to talk about Mike Keenan at least giving the guys a free shot at the champ. They practiced in Lake Placid in the 80s, and Mike Keenan came in with equipment on, and he said to the guys, "All right, boys, we're scrimmaging today. He's in full gear. Now's your chance. You want to get me?" Craig Berube told me they don't know how he didn't end up in the hospital.
They all went after him.
Every guy ran him through the boards, everything. So
that's
I give Keenan a lot of good credit for that. But yeah, he took a beating from guys, like literally ran him. Fourth liners, seventh defenseman, it didn't matter.
So Kevin Kerr's put out top three lines. Farabee on the top line with Couturier and Konechny. Atkinson with Lawton and Tippett. Frost centering Forster and Brink.
Makes sense.
So,
and then I guess your fourth line.
I
guess the fourth line is going to be Paling, Hathaway, and Delorier, I would assume, right? And then you go with 6D, and then so one of the defensemen's coming out. So yeah, as soon as I'm sure we'll get that update pretty soon on who that person is. I think it's important. Also, this was a game on that trip that really bothered Torts more than any of the other ones, right? They had a great game in Vancouver.
Which one? The Calgary game?
Yeah, they had the great game in Vancouver. Yeah, they lose in Seattle in overtime, but tough. You just flew out there. You're playing back-to-back nights, crossing the border, whatever. All right, you could settle for the point there. You take 3 out of 4 of the first 2 games. Then you have a day off, and then you're in Calgary, and against a team that's not that great, right? That's a team that you should probably go out there and have a better game. And they really played awful in that game. Even though it was a 4-3 final, they kind of made it 4-3. They got back into the game, but they really didn't play well in that game. And I think that's the one that bothered him more than anything else. And so I think you're looking to get the team and say, look, if we're going to get retribution for a game, that's the one we got to get retribution for, only because we didn't play well at all in that game.
Yeah, and they ended up making it really interesting in that game. But yeah, the Flyers had a lead late, and after the Calgary scored to tie it, it became kind of just a throw your sticks on the ice type of game, and the Flyers want to avoid that.
Guys, there are 2 players that I expect to have a big night tonight, a big day. Can you guess which 2?
Cam Atkinson and Morgan Frost?
No, there's a specific reason for this. There are 2 guys who I think are going to have a big day.
Travis Sanheim.
Nope.
Scotty Lawton.
Lawton is one.
Yeah.
And?
The other guy would be Scotty Lawton.
I'm trying to get into your mind, and that's like the weirdest place for me to try to go to.
Scott Lawton and Sean Couturier are going to have big nights. Why? They're the only 2 players who were part of this organization when Ed Snider passed. They're the only 2. And I think a lot of times we overrate the emotional impact and we overrate what a night can mean or what a day can mean to a player. But I think that when you're tied into that, and you're the only real representatives on the team who were part of this organization when he was still here, I do think that they're going to have I don't know if it'll be a super emotional night for those guys. Day, I keep saying night, but I do think that there's going to be a little extra pep in their step today.
Possible.
Yeah.
Great analysis.
I wasn't looking to elicit feedback. I was just saying I think
Great analysis, Russell.
Thanks, Russ.
Thank you. That's what I'm here for.
I'm now glad I could not get into your head for that. So
You don't want to go in there.
no, I really
Why
don't.
is Ant Jr. calling you?
I don't know.
Does he not know? Look, here's
Yeah, my son is calling me right now.
Anthony's son is calling.
Yeah.
Now, does your son not know that we do a show?
He probably doesn't realize it's a 1 o'clock game today. You're going to answer the phone? Russ is answering the phone for me. He's answering my son on the phone right now.
I'm good. We're doing a pregame show right now.
Yeah, does he know that you're talking to him live on the YouTube show?
Some fatherly advice.
He needs fatherly advice.
He says he needs fatherly advice from his dad.
Okay, tell him I'll call him.
In fairness, I do have more kids than your dad, so that is that's probably. All right, I'll have him call you back.
All right, thanks, Russ. Boy, that was
Listen,
fantastic. By the way, did you just see the celebration we got from this guy giving us a fist pump? Look at this. Look.
Wow,
Who would have thought?
this guy.
We can ever put that in context?
He wants to snow the goalie rub. That's what this is.
That's just you guys have no idea. It's so amazing.
That's fantastic.
Anyway.
So should we get into our predictions?
I
Because
think we can. Although they're not. They didn't roll out the carpet yet.
No, but I said we would stop at
Okay.
12:50. So
Okay.
it's 4 minutes from now.
So let's get predictions in, and I know I'm supposed to go first, so
Yes.
that's fine. Whoa, is that true?
What's that?
Is he from the? Wow, really?
Wow. Broken jaw for Bedard.
Broken jaw. That's bad. No, I'm saying that's bad for the league.
Is he like the next Zion Williamson?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do they have beignets in Chicago?
You know what's funny? Like I remember when Crosby came in and like we heard a lot about him. Like it just feels like it's not as much hype for some reason. There was a lot of hype going in, but there's not the NHL hype I think we saw right away like we did with Crosby or
I think McDavid had even more.
McDavid had. Well, that was the other one.
Yeah.
McDavid had way more. Like and he had an initial. Like really heavy.
Although,
I mean, I am shocked just because like I don't think Chicago's a great sports city. They have teams and like they have some iconic teams.
Come on, Russ.
No, but I'm just saying like
I can't.
What?
I gotta be fair.
And so
it's like saying Boston doesn't have good sports fans.
It's a great sports city, but the fan base is not like a Northeast fan base.
Yeah.
That's what I think we're trying to say.
And they're not. And in fairness, they're also not.
And they're split between two baseball towns.
Yeah,
teams, which is odd. So.
It's weird to me because I always thought that they would be more of a ratings needle mover than they actually are. Like when they have nationally televised games, even during the Cup runs, they weren't the needle mover that you would expect a team with that much success to have. But I digress. I am shocked that this league has not done a better job and a more effective job of marketing Connor Bedard.
Did you just say you were shocked that the NHL isn't doing something right?
Okay, in fairness.
Let's be honest who we're talking about here.
I mean, that is true.
But he's out with a broken jaw now. I mean, it was a hit. Brendan Smith hit him. It turned into Chicago went after just about everybody after the game, during the game after. I mean, you got to do that for a young guy. But I mean, again, it was a hit.
Yeah.
Guy skated through the middle with his head down. These things happen.
Yeah.
Look at who it is.
the man of the hour. That's one of the men of the hour.
Over there. Maybe we'll lasso him in here, too.
Yeah,
Don't forget, first intermission, John LeClair. Second intermission, Ike Richman. Let's get to our predictions. I know that I'm supposed to go first.
Yes, you go first.
And so I will go first. I have put less research into this than usual, which is already a low bar. I'm going to take the Flyers to win on an emotional day here at the Wells Fargo Center, and I think they're going to win by a score of 4-2.
Damn.
4-2.
That was my score.
Well, we can have the same score.
Yeah,
Now we can pick up two big points together
I don't like
now,
doing
you know?
that, but all right, fine. Flyers 4-2
You
today.
fraud! You
did.
waited until I made my pick.
You should go back and watch the
I'll tell you
replay.
what, guys, I do a lot of research with my picks.
Go
Russ doesn't
back
do
and
any
watch the
research
replay
on
and look
it.
at my face as you're making that prediction.
Bundy?
You know what? I'm really going to throw a lot of emotion at you guys. Flyers 3-2 in overtime.
Ooh, I like
Shootout
that.
or regular or in the run of
Doesn't
play?
matter. Overtime, this place roof's going to blow off the building with an OT win.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Intern Andrew, what is your score? Intern Andrew says Flames 6-1.
No, it's not.
I'm
what
just
he
kidding.
said.
He says Flyers 4-1. Flyers 4-1. So we
all picked the Flyers.
across the board.
Yeah,
Wow.
the Flyers.
I picked up, by the way, I don't like it because I not like nothing about the process, but I picked up another huge win the other night against you three guys taking the Flyers.
You did, so you extended your lead
That
to
was not
3
a good,
points, I think.
I hated that. Like I hated everything about picking Columbus. It was an awful pick. Like they stung.
And I understood
know
why.
they
I
stung.
understood why you picked them.
That's why. It's not nothing goes into the emotion of it when I pick them. I just look at.
I completely understood why you
Schedule.
picked them. I just thought that that team is so bad and in such bad shape.
Oh my God, are they bad?
that I thought, and we're playing without their best player, and I'm like, there's no way that they're going to come in here, and the Flyers have not played well. They're changing the lineup, but Flyers are going to beat this team. And for 2.5 periods, they were beating them. And then they just went to sleep in the third period.
That's exactly right.
It was ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous. But anyway, all right, I know we were wrapping up here, Rusty. If you want to do any like last-minute promo thing, and then we'll be back at the first intermission.
You know, I love when you set me up, when you cue me up for this kind of thing. I will point out that John LeClair will join the show for first intermission. Ike Richman will join for the second intermission. So we have 2 more guests coming up today. Maybe we'll get more. Maybe we'll snag somebody post-game, Bundy, me and you.
One thing I am excited about.
What's that?
It's starting to get packed up here on the balcony, and we love it when it's packed up here.
It's great. The energy is awesome. I will point out to people that up above, if you haven't seen already, we're doing the Clearwater combo trip down to Florida in March. It's going to be a Philly spring training against the Astros on a Friday, and then the Flyers take on the Lightning that Saturday. Head over to phillysportstrips.com. You can find the trip. It's going to be a great time. All 3 of us are going to be there. It's going to be a great time. Absolutely go out of your way. Check it out. And join us down in sunny Florida this March. All right, I think that's probably it. Time for us to go. We will be back first intermission with John LeClair, second intermission with Ike Richman. If you haven't done so, go subscribe to the podcast on Apple Podcasts, Pandora, Spotify, Google Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts. We will be back very soon. Let's see if the Flyers get off to a hot start on a very, very cool day, the Ed Snider Legacy game. We'll talk to all of you after the first period. Talk to you soon. Hi, hello, welcome to the Press Row Show, the #1 rated pregame,
You're on fire
intermission,
today.
and postgame show.
You are on fire today.
Why?
That's the second time we've been up, and I'm like, is Russ going to say
Because I
something?
had to see if it muted, and then I had to unmute it.
I'm going to have to start
Intern
doing
Andrews,
these intros.
Intern Andrews on the board, and he's not automatically unmuting. So
Look at who we got coming right
we
now.
got somebody big coming here.
There he comes.
There he is.
Yeah.
I got to get that serious look off his face.
Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane.
Yeah, here he comes. Here comes the big guy.
Good afternoon, John.
Pulling on the reins.
No, I'm good.
Well, let him know he's live.
You can sit on the thing.
You're allowed to sit here.
Let him know he's live so he doesn't Bundy bomb anybody.
That's all good.
We don't Bundy bomb on these shows, but welcome. Sit down, John. Have a seat with us.
Yeah,
we're
we're
on
live.
right now.
I just said, tell the guy. See?
Everybody, your favorite number
John
10,
LeClair is on the Press Row Show. Hey, John LeClair.
It took long enough.
All right.
It took long enough.
You know what he
To
did?
get the invite?
He actually waited till the period ended. He didn't want to come over.
No,
early
I
to
didn't
give me
mean.
the
I didn't
win.
mean
He didn't
now.
want
I
to give me
meant.
the win.
I meant we've been down here since October. It took
he
long
did.
enough to get him on.
You know what? I go over and say hi to him every game.
Every game, yeah. And what's it like?
Unsolicited, too, by the way. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, here comes Bundy again.
No, I'm going to leave it there.
Oh, that's great.
Johnny, what's going on, buddy? First of all, thanks for joining us.
Yep.
This is a great day for the city of Philadelphia, for Philadelphia Flyers, alumni, players, and his fans. Tell me what Mr. Snider meant to you and the impact that he had on the city.
It is. It's a great day for the city of Philadelphia. Mr. Snider did so much for this city. He loved the city, and it showed. And I think people realize that, and that's everything that he gave to this city. It's nice that people can sit back and recognize what he's done. To me, you talk about everybody's, they got a great owner, but when you look at the National Hockey League, there's about probably 4 or 5 owners that people know that are that upper echelon, and Mr. Snider was always at the top of that list.
Yeah.
And look, Johnny, you're a guy that makes perfect sense to ask this question to, because you grow up in Vermont, you start your career in Montreal, you get traded here, and even though you left here and went to Pittsburgh, you decided to make this your home. And I have to think that a lot of the reason that of all the places you've been that you decided to make this your home had to do with the culture that was created by Ed Snider when you came into the Flyers.
I would absolutely. It's a part of it. Just the family atmosphere that the Flyers promoted. You felt like you were part of the community, the culture, everything, and that translated to just being comfortable in the area and loving the area, and that's why I'm still here, and I don't think I'll never leave him.
I'm pretty much the exact same way.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you have kids here, you grow up in your early 20s, mid-20s, and I know Johnny's, had a house. He lives in the Pennsylvania. He was always, the guy who was on the other side of the tracks. He'd stay in Pensy, and the rest of us were just paupers living in New Jersey.
I think he's the smart one.
Yeah.
Of the group, because he stayed in Pennsylvania.
Did he move to Delco?
I am Delco.
Yeah, he's Delco. It was me and Johnny and Delco.
I hate to tell you, you're not the biggest celebrity in Delco. And SanFilippo here. Just ask him.
I'm down on the list. I understand that, but it's a tough list to get up on that Delco list.
That's right. That's right. It is. That's right. It is.
Without getting any of the intricacies of what you're doing, just thoughts on the first period. We were just going to talk about Calgary. Looked like they had a good start. Flyers had better chances shorthanded, I thought, in that period. But that's been the case sometimes. Your thought in the first period, Johnny, a little bit about what you're doing here, too.
Yeah, I thought the first period was just okay. I thought we gave up some pretty good scoring chances that I'd like to see tightened up a little bit.
Yep.
Our penalty kill has been great, obviously. Yep. I mean, we're getting scoring chances, and the power play looks good. I mean, the power play is not scoring, but we're getting in the zone, which is half the battle. We're moving the puck okay in the zone. I'd like to see us hit the net more. I think that would help a ton. But it's just one of those things, we got to get that power play going. It's the difference between games right now.
How much, when you look at a power play like that, and again, just because we're spitballing it, how much of it do you think is the lack of movement on the Flyers' power play? Like player movement? Because I think Calgary, they have a very basic setup, but it allows for a lot of one-timers. It's because they're moving the players around the ice a little bit.
Yeah, you can't stand still anymore. You got to be moving. The puck's got to be moving. You got to be moving, taking in and out. And I mean, when you watch the 5-on-5, the offense, it's all 5 guys moving around and doing all that. And the power play's got to have those guys moving too. You can't sit still. You're too easy to cover. I'd like to see a little bit more movement on it. But we are generating some pretty good scoring chances. It's not as bad as the numbers look.
but it's also not as good as it should be. That's kind of how I look at it.
So, Johnny, you've been on the gig now for a few months, player development. How's it going? What's it been like for you?
Right now it's just a little bit of a learning experience. These last couple of months have been. I'm feeling much more comfortable in my role now. It's been, for me, it's awesome. I love what I'm doing. We have some great prospects coming up. Really excited about some of the young guys coming in. And it's just fun working with these guys, watching their progression throughout the years, and hopefully throughout, watching them get out here one day.
So is there anybody that's like kind of off the radar that has surprised you?
Well, a lot of guys have, just because I was a Flyer fan, but I didn't know these guys, and I didn't watch as close as I do now. So having a chance to know these guys and watch their game, just like a guy like Bobby Brink, watching him in the summer, now watching him when he went through camp and to where he is, really was surprised me. Just to watch him grow and watch his game grow and watch him out there how he's playing. It's a lot of fun to see guys as they progress in their career and become successful.
You only mentioned Bobby Brink because he wears number 10. That's the only reason you mentioned it. No, but
Forrester's the same way.
Yeah.
Forrester's the same
There you go. It's all good. But are you going are you up in Lehigh, or can you talk about what you're kind of who you're working with?
So on weekends a lot of times it's a little bit. I'll go see a college game or go up and see a junior game, catch maybe a weekend of those guys, have a chat with them, just get to know them a little bit, talk a little bit about their game. I got a lot of that coming up here in January and February. And then, whenever I can run up to Lehigh, I'm up there. I've probably seen maybe 15 to 20 games of theirs live up there. And, home games here, I'll pop in and catch out the Flyers. So just want to keep everybody in the loop. And like I said, the last couple of months is just kind of familiarizing myself with the guys' games and getting to know these guys a little bit better.
What was your take on the way our guys at the World Juniors looked?
I thought Bundy played really well.
USA.
Congratulations on your aluminum medal, Canada.
No, I'm U.S. now. I won the gold yesterday.
Your aluminum medal.
Right. Yeah, you were wrong. The U.S. squad was strong. They played well.
Yeah.
I thought Cutter played pretty well.
Yeah.
When he turns it on, he's one of the best. That's for sure.
That's great.
How excited are you? We get a chance to lace him up again. That might scar Johnny saying that.
Yeah.
January 26th, Johnny, we got an alumni game. Mark Recchi weekend, a Hall of Fame weekend.
It's going to be awesome for Rex. Obviously, Rex is a good teammate of ours.
Awesome.
Rex is a great guy, and really happy for him. It's going to be a good weekend for Rex. I love hockey, don't get me wrong. I don't know if I love playing as much anymore in those situations. I like playing at my speed and my, the rink's empty kind of thing. That's what I enjoy a lot more now than in playing in front of a crowd. But, Friday night will be a lot of fun. We got a lot of good guys coming back, too. So it should be a lot of fun.
Does it worry you a little bit with some of the younger alumni because they might show you guys up a little bit just because they're closer to playing age than you guys are? No,
not one
you don't
bit.
care.
I'm going to lean as heavy as I on those guys as possible. That's what I'm going to do.
Is there anybody that you're really looking forward to taking the ice with at that game?
Like on our side?
Yeah.
I mean, all the guys, like Mike Richards, he played 1 year, he kind of, I don't really know him that well. It'd be nice to get a chance to kind of sit down and have a chat with him. We got a lot of good guys coming back, but our alumni is pretty strong too. A lot of the guys that are coming back, we run into them through different events, golf tournaments and stuff like that. So you've gotten a chance to kind of know them a little bit throughout the years, and it's always great to reconnect.
How's it been working with Sharpie?
Sharpie's been great. I had a chance. I played with Sharpie when he was here for that short period of time, so I knew him a little bit. And then, anytime you bring smart guys in from the University of Vermont, you can't go wrong.
Vermont's finest.
That's awesome. That's good stuff. Well, Johnny, listen, we appreciate you stopping by. Thanks for finally coming on
I
the
appreciate
Goalie
that
podcast.
You guys, desperate enough that I walk by every day, like, hey, might as well grab him. Huh? That's how it works. So,
we do have to ask about it because Bundy was talking about it beforehand about the Los Angeles story.
The Los Angeles trip, where we were there for a few too many days, and we may have been overserved a couple nights, and we had a bill that was like $14,500 or something.
Yeah,
I looked at Johnny and said, "You got this one, I got the extra." I just walked to the bus.
Out of curiosity, how many times did Bundy forget his wallet?
Well, the thing is, like, he did that every time we left the hotel room. So, like, it doesn't matter if it was L.A. or if it's Nashville or wherever.
Cheapest teammate you've ever had, right?
No, absolutely
Unfortunately
not. Absolutely not. We always spent money in good ways.
At the
rest
time,
of it,
it felt
we
like
wasted
that. At the time, it felt like that. It really did.
Well, Johnny, thanks again, man.
Johnny.
Really do appreciate it.
Hey, I enjoy your show too, guys. I listen all the time. You guys are doing a great job, and keep her going.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
All right, guys.
Thanks for showing
John
up,
LeClair.
Thanks, pal.
It's awesome to get Johnny on.
Look
Good
at
stuff.
fourth host Nancy checking in.
Yeah. She must have gone. She must be going crazy. Fourth host Nancy.
Thanks, Johnny.
She has said
Thanks, buddy.
favorite flyer.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to zoom, Andrew. That's what that symbol was.
Intern Andrew.
Just that pointed finger. Zoom. That,
it's just some of these things eventually become intuitive. We're what, on the 17th home game of the year, 18th home game of the year? One of these days.
He'll figure it out.
One of these
It's all
days.
good.
He'll get there.
He's always welcome to come on. Like, me and Johnny are very, very close friends. We have been for many years. Closer than we may have let on here. Like, if this were the regular show, I would have Bundy bombed him right off the set. Without hesitation. And John LeClair or not.
He's great.
Thanks for coming on, Big John. We love him.
great.
Yeah,
we
he's
love
great.
him. I mean, Big John is Big John, and you know what? Great teammate, great person. Another guy, too, you're going to be interested to see as we come down about the Hall of Fame selections. I mean, he certainly has guys that are comparables to him that are in there now, and you can start making a case for him.
Well, I mean, he's certainly one of the best U.S. goal scorers ever.
And I think that matters. I think having that, through that lens especially, that helps his case.
Here's the number that, for me, that should get him in. In a 5-year span, in the course of the league at the time, around 100 years, nobody had more goals in the league than John LeClair over 5 years.
Yeah.
That's a 20th of your entire league at that time.
Yeah.
That's a Hall of Famer.
I agree.
100%.
Like, what more do you need? You're
Yeah.
putting guys in now that played like 750 games. I mean, that's a lot of games, but I'm just saying, like...
And he won a Stanley Cup.
He did, and he won 2 overtime goals.
Yeah, he won a
but
Stanley
he scored
Cup.
both of them.
So it's all good. It's all good.
I tell you what, there's a
I love
little
these guys who are
up
trying
there.
to listen to the show right now.
Can't hear anything.
They can't hear a darn thing that we're saying, but they're trying like bad to listen to what we have to say.
You know what I do? You know what I just discovered?
What's that?
There's a serious Nancy Joy crush on John LeClair.
Well, I think it's just she goes back to
5 minutes.
when we were kids. Because, I mean, I hate to make you feel old, but when we were kids, that was the peak
was
LeClair
it.
time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I will tell you this. So this is a fun story.
Yeah.
So this year, our kids switched schools, and it was the first time that they've gotten to have like a jersey day. And so my wife was the one who had the Flyers jerseys from being a kid. I didn't like sports until I was in middle school. So she has a knockoff.
You could have just stopped at word
shut
sports.
up. So I could have. She had a John LeClair jersey. It was a knockoff LeClair jersey, and she was like, one of these days, when we bring the whole family down, we have to meet John LeClair and get him to sign the jersey. But anyway, she found it, and she was really excited about it. And then our son wore it to school, and he felt like the coolest kid in school. And the teachers knew who LeClair was. The kids had no idea. And that's how you know that this generation of youth is going to be a loss to all of us.
Yeah, I love when a guy comes up and he tells us, all right, listen, I'm different level than a John LeClair. Like, when they come like, hey, this is Chris Therien. And he played in a great era and was a good player, and the kid looks at you like, yeah, whatever.
I have a question for Nancy. Maybe she'll answer it in the comments. Does that mean Russ is number 2?
It's fine. It's fine.
There was double meaning in that, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
First period
Trying
was...
to call me poop? Is that what you're doing there?
First
little poop joke? Little poop joke here, Anthony? Huh? Little poop joke?
First
Is that what we're
period
doing
was...
here on the Press Row Show, first intermission show? The #1 rated pregame, intermission, and postgame shows out of Mississippi? Poop jokes?
She says today, maybe.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Anyway, first period was not the greatest. It wasn't anything. But you know what? Carter Hart had a couple really nice saves. I wonder.
Oh, did he ever?
I wonder though, Bundy, and we were asking this question. There were a couple of times where he took a little bit extra time to get up.
He did.
And it looked like he was kind of leaning to the side a little bit. I'm wondering if he's nursing something small there.
I don't know, and I don't like speculating.
No, right. You know what I'm
I
saying?
know you're not either, but he did. There was twice he was on one knee, and he took a second to get up on the ice. But again, he made. Actually, I think he made 2 saves that period he didn't even know he made.
Yeah.
Yes.
But Calgary, from the actual 10 bell chances, outchanced the Flyers on those. The Flyers' best chances, and Johnny laughed at it, LeClair, were on the penalty kill, which has not been a surprise all year.
Yeah, no, Lawton had that really nice shot on the penalty kill on the 2-on-1. The one that really, I think, was a disappointment was they had a 3-on-1, and Cam Atkinson had an open shot. He's a goal scorer. You're back in the lineup. The whole point is get back in and score, and he tried to make like a little soft pass back across the ice that got broken up, and they never even got a shot off on a 3-on-1. That's a disappointing play right there.
Yeah, and that's why he's in the game. They need to shoot that puck.
Right, you got to shoot it.
Yeah.
Got to shoot that puck.
Yep.
So
be interesting to see the second period here. A little bit longer changes here. Calgary, and again, we're just talking about both teams. I thought they actually had a very good first period. The Flames did. They had some good chances. They didn't look like they were intimidated coming in here, and they're coming off a good win a couple nights ago at Nashville too.
Yep. In the second intermission, we'll be joined by Ike Richman. Of course, today. Keep saying tonight. It's the night time in Europe, so I'm just going to say tonight. Ike Richman will be with us second intermission, talking about Ed Snider here on Ed Snider Legacy Day.
Yep.
It's the Legacy game. So he'll have a lot of stories about Ed Snider. We'll break down what happens in the second period, and then post-game, Bundy and I will be hanging out here. You'll be down in the locker room, probably doing the Torts presser. We might work out something. If it doesn't happen during post-game, it'll go up on the YouTube channel afterwards. We're working on that. That remains to be seen. Maybe we'll even pull somebody in here post-game at the desk. We'll see. But it's been an interesting night so far. Hopefully we get a more entertaining second period in terms of goals, at least. There were some good chances in that first, but we'll see what happens. So rejoin us, second intermission. If you're new to the show, thank you for helping to make this the #1 rated pregame, intermission, and postgame show. And if you're back here once again, share the show to 2 people in your life. That's it. We're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we're on Twitter. Bundy's out. You know what? We're out too. We'll talk to you at the second intermission. Stay out of trouble. Let's see how the Flyers do.
How about if you put the...
Oh, shut up. It is a raucous day down here at the Wells Fargo Center. Welcome into the Press Row Show, second intermission show.
Andrew.
The #1 rated pregame, intermission, and postgame show. No, we're fine.
Well, we're okay?
We're fine.
All right, we're okay. We're okay.
Yeah, you know,
we're okay.
we've got Ant's freaking out. He's barking orders. He doesn't know what he's talking about. What else is new? I'll tell you what's new. Ike Richman's here. Ike, welcome to the Press Row Show.
It's great to be back. It feels like home. Bon Jovi said it. Who says you can't go home? I'm here. Let's go.
There's always a music tie with you, Ike.
Music's my thing.
Hey, who says you can't go back?
Right.
I know. I was continuing it. I was trying to.
Ike, how good does this make you feel, buddy? I mean, listen, I don't want to.
By the way, just so everybody knows, there might be fans.
Stop interrupting everybody today? Oh my God, it's been all day.
Everybody knows who Ike is.
It's been all day.
But there might be fans who are like, who the heck is this guy?
I spent 28 years with the organization, and I'm back as a consultant to help guide the team in ways that they are more connected to what it was in the past. We're not going to. Ed Snider and I both went to the University of Maryland. Our school mascot was a turtle.
Right.
And the turtle only goes one way. He can't go sideways. He can't look back. He
Right.
can only go forward.
Right.
So let's go forward together and recognize how we got here and take advantage of what we did when we were here and move forward as an organization.
And a good portion of those 28 years you spent side by side with Ed.
A lot of time.
Right. So I just want to guess, why would we have Ike on? I'm just let people understand that. All right, now you can ask your question, Bundy. I'm sorry.
Well, thanks.
How great does this day make you feel? Because I mean, even me, I know how tied you were to Mr. Snider, how important you were to him, and the work you did together. What does this day really mean? Because it feels like we've come so far to get here, yet here we are.
Bundy, it was only 2 years ago that, for whatever reason, we're not going to get into it, they missed Ed Snider's birthday. Yeah. And it felt at that time that the Flyers were over here and everything else was over here. But it doesn't matter anymore because it's like this. And it's the best it's ever been. With the fan base, with the alumni, with Ed Snider Youth Hockey and Education, it's the best feeling that it has been in a long time, and it just feels like home.
Yeah.
That's the best way to describe it. And to be sitting with Bundy, you, Ant, we sat many games, and Ross, it's home. It's family, and we're all together.
Yep.
You see some of the stuff people talking, they recognize you, you know.
Yeah.
And again, and I know that we stole the goalie. We've talked and been an integral part of what's gone on in the past year of getting this point. But I think it was a matter. The good part I look at is that Ed Snider built something so great that it ultimately could never be taken down.
It can't.
It can't.
Right. And we can use that and say, it's not. We're not going to do it because Ed did it this way. We're going to do it because that was the right way.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And I was really fortunate to be here on Thursday when the organization celebrated Ed's legacy, and it was special to see Bob Clark open up. Like, Bob doesn't talk much.
Right.
Bob barely says anything. Was just so open and honest. And to hear Paul Holmgren and former employees and family members, this is great feeling. It's just wonderful. I walked the hallways and said I didn't know if I'd ever be back, and it felt like I never left. And to see employees and fans and friends and just all the, I don't want to call you old guys, but we're all old guys, like the alumni, just seeing everybody. And that press room was full today.
It was packed.
To see you and Kersey and all the guys, it was like time never left.
I am going to say really quickly, though, I disagree, Bundy. There's something in there that you said that I disagree with. You said that the kind of thing that Ed Snider built couldn't be taken down, couldn't be torn down. Cover your ears, Ike. That's not true, because the prior regime was very. No, hold on. No, I didn't say kill. The prior regime caused such a rift and a disconnect between what the team had always been and what the fan base was. And thankfully, through, in a large part to what we tried to do to kind of push things, and what Ike has done, this got back on track. In a way, it's almost a blessing in disguise, because I think that what happened here, and I wasn't in this at the same time as you guys, is for a long time, people might have taken for granted just how good things were. And as an organization, how good things were.
It doesn't matter anymore. Because you just said it, we're on the right track.
Yeah.
That's what matters. We're on track. the three guys that are running this team, I had fun when I saw the front page of Hockey News. I said, this is the Legion of Boom. Yeah. They're going to do great things.
There you go.
They're going to do great things. Jonesy, Danny, and Dan Hilferty are going to do great things. Dan Hilferty.
I was going to just ask you about him.
Somebody just said this to me. I think the guy is doing an incredible job. They said he's a bridge builder. Yep. And I go, that's it. That's exactly what he is. He sees value in relationships, value in partnerships, reconnecting. Look what Bundy's done. Look what you've done. Look what you've done. We're all doing to make the organization stronger. Not better, stronger.
And that embodies a lot of the spirit of what Ed had,
and
right?
That's exactly right.
Yep. That's exactly it. And I know you have some great Ed Snider stories. I know you want to share a couple.
I'll give you two because I know we're limited on time. But Ed really respected people that he didn't want you always agreeing with him. He wanted you challenging him.
Yeah.
So there were two stories. If you remember the wrecking ball at the Spectrum, I went up to his office and said, it's time to go over. He goes, is Clarkie out there? I said, yes. He says, is Dr. J there? I said, yes. He says, the media? I said, yes. He goes, how many fans are out there? I said, about 5,000. He goes, great, do it without me. I go, you what? I go, Ed, the thing's called for 11. It's 10:55. He goes, you got everything you need. You don't need me. I said, this is your baby. What are you talking about? He says, you'll be good without me. And I go, Ed, we're not doing without you. And you know what I realized when we were driving over? He never wanted it to be about him. Yeah. He wanted it to be about the organization, the fans, and that connection, and that family. That's why he didn't want to go. The other time, he had said to us, I want you to get as many people to know about the Ed Snider Youth Hockey and Education as possible and find new ways to generate revenue for the donations. So the Philadelphia Business Journal asks, could we honor Ed as the Philanthropist of the Year? We'll do it at a breakfast on Thursday, blah, blah, blah. So I go up and Ed says, I don't do breakfast. So I said, Ed, he goes, tell him thanks, but no thanks. I said, are you kidding me? He goes, I said no. So I walked out, I come right back. He goes, you didn't hear me? I said, wait a minute. You said get more followers. There'll be 500 people there. You said get donations. They're donating the portion of the proceeds to the breakfast for you. And he goes, I said I don't do breakfast. I said, the program starts at 8:30. You show up at 9:30. It ends at 9:35. He goes, get out, I'll do it. That's the way he was. And when we closed the Spectrum, you remember he did like every interview. Yeah. And he looked at me and he goes, Ike, I'm done. I go, done what? He goes, I'm done. No more. I go, no more what? He goes, interviews. I go, today? He goes, ever. I go, what do you mean? He goes, I don't do them anymore. I'm done. I go, come on. He goes, ever. Ever. Now get out. And I go downstairs and I get a phone call from HBO Sports. They want to do a Broad Street Bullies documentary on the Flyers.
I remember that, yeah.
So I go back up and he goes, you don't listen. I go, Ed, HBO, internationally recognized, 1 hour documentary. How much does it cost you to do it? Nothing. Distribution, worldwide. All I need is 15 minutes. He goes, set it up. So we set it up, and he comes down and he goes, look at all these cameras. What the hell is this? I go, it's HBO. He goes, this is unbelievable. He sits down, and the reporter just starts BSing about, this and Rexy's having lunch and Snider looks at him like 6 minutes and he goes, are we ever going to start this interview? He goes, I've been rolling the whole time. He goes, great. So I look at my watch. It's been 93 minutes. And Ed's like, I think we're done. And I go, yeah, we're done. He goes, how was that? I go, 15 minutes. He goes, good. You kept me on schedule.
There you go.
He was unlike anybody you ever met. He was passionate about, it was always fans first.
Yeah, fans first.
Fans first, always. And if you went to the carnival, you know what he loved doing? Walking the concourse, shaking hands, signing autographs, taking pictures. And I thought about this today, Bundy, because you travel with the team. We all travel with the team. Every arena in the NHL, there'd be at least 20 fans in jerseys with the Flyers. And you know what he would always say? He'd always go, he goes, you traveled here all the way from Philly? He goes, traveled here? I live right up the road here in Ottawa, or I live here in Calgary. He couldn't believe the reach of the Flyer fans. And it was always fans first, family second, and the organization. And we were all one.
Yeah. I want to throw one back at you. And because I see if you remember this. So when I first was, and everybody knows I worked for the team for a couple years, and I was first hired. And Ed used to do those, meet all the new employees kind of thing, right? And I remember, we were there, and it was just me and a few other people who were relatively new employees, and they're all, "Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Snider." Pleasure. Now, I had covered the man as a writer for years, and so I go up to him, I was like, "Hey, Ed, thanks for this." And I guess the people that were working were like, "Oh, Anthony, you got to call him Mr. Snider now." And he goes, "No, he doesn't. Yeah. He can call me Ed, right?" And they were like, everybody was like kind of stunned. He was like, "Just keep calling me Ed. That's my name. Call me Ed." And I go, "Oh, so can I tell everybody else to call you Ed too?" He goes, "Let's not go too far."
Yeah. He really didn't want to be called Mr. Snider, but it was out of love, respect, and affection, and commitment to him, and loyalty.
Yeah.
Because of what he did for us, it was our way of saying thank you to him and the respect that he deserved. One time, he went down to the University of Maryland. We went down to Maryland together, and he spoke at the school, and his family was there. And afterwards, he goes, "Let's go out for hard shells in Baltimore." So we go out, and it's Ed, his wife, and his kids, and his grandkids, and everyone's like, "Dad, Granddad, pass this." Dad, I go, "Mr. Snider." He goes, "My name's not Mr. Snider." I go, "Dad, could you pass the ketchup?" I couldn't call him Ed. I just couldn't do it.
I got more of a fiery side. You know this one. Game 6 loss here in Philadelphia against Toronto, 1996. 99.
99.
Toronto.
Yeah.
LeClair takes a penalty with a minute left. Toronto wins it on the power play. We allowed 6 goals in the series against.
Yeah.
And I remember Mr. Snider came in the locker room after, and he said, "I don't care who goes to the mics. You go and lay it all out on that Terry Gregson and the Toronto Maple Leafs. I don't care. I'll pay all your fines, every one of you."
I think he said the refs sucked tonight.
They did, and he wanted us to go after them. I'm thinking to myself, man, how cool is that?
Where's the ref from? Didn't he say where is he from?
He goes, "Where's he from?
Toronto? Yeah, where's he from? Toronto?
Terry Gregson, yeah.
Yeah, well, and so the last thing, before we let you go, you talk about everything getting back and going forward and going in a new direction. You're sitting up here with us. We're up here on the balcony level of the Wells Fargo Center, which for the past few years has been relatively empty. It's like standing room only, and not only that, the people moving around up here, it's almost like you're in line at Disney.
They've reinvented the way to experience the Flyers on the balcony level. When the luxury suites sat still and didn't generate any revenue, they said, let's reinvent it. The sports book is packed. There's fans, they're watching the TV, they're not watching the game. They're drinking, they're eating. The millennials are over here at the assembly room having a blast because it's $25 to get in.
Right.
And it's a Saturday afternoon, and all they're thinking about is, what are we doing after this? So this is the start of their weekend here.
Right.
And it's just, all I kept thinking about is, this place is packed. The team is not much better than last year, but it doesn't matter. You know why? Because we've shown a commitment that we will be better, we are going to be better, and we have the right people to make that happen.
Last quick question.
So Ike Richman for president? Is that that felt like
that's good.
Bundy's got to ask me something.
Did Ed Snider like afternoon games?
I don't remember if he did or didn't, but I just learned something today. I sat with his ex-wife, Martha Snider, and we were sitting in a suite, and she said, when we opened the arena, this was our suite on this side. It was on this side. And she said, on the first game, she goes, "Ed, I don't know if you're going to like this." And Ed goes, "Why?" He goes, "You can't see the players. You're looking at their backs. Don't you want to see their face or what the coaches are saying?" That was the only time they didn't sit in Suite 4. They moved right after that.
How about that?
I found that out today.
That's great. Well, Ike Richman, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Great stuff, great stories.
It's great to see you guys out here in the open with the fan base. Let's keep it going.
Love it.
Good stuff.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you,
Ike Richman. Good stuff.
One of the great guys here with the Flyers for many years. I worked with Ike. We're actually technically advisors.
Yes.
Which is what my tag is. But Ike's a good man, and it was an important part of Ed Snider's life, too. Kind of fair to say his handler?
Oh, yeah, well, right. Yeah, I mean, I said right-hand man earlier, right? I mean, but he was always, wherever Ed was, Ike was always with him.
He was.
Right, but that's just kind of how it was.
Oh, intern Andrew.
No, he's fine. He got it. He was fixing.
No, he hit
adjusting.
the screen. Now we have a little menu on the screen.
He's having a rough start to the new year.
He's getting there. You know what? We need to dress him up again.
He signed an autograph the other night? I think I got
He did.
He signed an autograph
Andrew
the other night.
signed his first autograph the other night.
That was something.
That was something special. But, all right, we only have like 3.5 minutes here before the end of the intermission. And we got to talk about...
There are people asking us if we're going to put some respect on Morgan Frost's name.
All right, two things.
He had a goal.
He had a goal and assist. He had an assist too as well.
2 points?
I was more impressed by the assist than I was by the goal. I mean, the goal, it was Calgary abandoning their goalie in the net, and he just happened to tap it in. He was right there, and nobody on him. But I was more impressed with the assist on the Couturier goal. I thought he made a nice play there to get that shot towards the net and created the opportunity. Right, Bundy?
Yep.
Russ is just so annoyed by the little grayness on the right-hand side of the screen, and he has to get up and go touch things. But first period, as bad as it was, second period was far more entertaining.
It was.
4 goals, fight, a lot of chippiness, some nasty penalties. That was like old-time hockey in the second period.
It was a game I think the founder would have enjoyed.
Yes.
Going back to the roots of this team in the 70s. I mean, we don't see a lot of that anymore. The game has changed, but we have to talk quickly, Anthony, about that penalty decision. York either moved the puck forward and a player went to hit him and he ducked down.
Yeah.
And it looked like he hit him in the head and with an elbow, but that to me is on the player. It's on York more than the guy going to execute the hit.
I'm going to do this a second time. I did this the last time we had this conversation about these penalties and how they review them. And once again, the officials show how little confidence they have in themselves.
Yep.
So everything kind of takes place. You get the fight takes place. And then they announce that we're going to go to a review because we have a major penalty. Okay. They go to the review, they look at the replay, and they realize, crap, we don't have a major penalty. Well, how can we fix this so that
we got to call something?
Yeah, we got to figure it out. We don't want to make it an even penalty. So we want the Flyers to get a power play. So they give them 2 for roughing, 2 for elbowing, and then Farabee gets 2 for instigation, 5 for fighting, and a 10 misconduct, which begs the question, how can you give a guy an instigation when you just gave the other guy 4 minutes in penalties, 2 of which were for roughing?
Yeah.
I don't understand how there's an instigator there.
Because there's not.
That's my point. They completely screwed it up.
Don't know what they're looking at. They've been pre-trained for the last 15 years to call just about anything if a guy gets touched with a toothpick. And they're more scared either of repercussions or their own knowledge of the game.
Yeah.
And the one thing the refs don't get today, they don't understand how the flow of the game goes. Yeah. And, man, they can rip up a good game like there's nobody's business.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we have as exciting a third period between these two teams as we did in the second.
We will be back for post-game. Bundy and Ant will be down in the locker room with intern Andrew. A big reminder, a big thank you to everybody. A reminder that, as you can see up top, go over to phillysportstrips.com. We're doing the combo tour where we're going to go to a Phillies-Astros spring training game. And then the next day is Flyers-Lightning. So head over to phillysportstrips.com to learn more. And then shop.snowthegoalie.com to go get all your favorite Flyers merch. Guys, we will reconvene post-game. How do you think this one ends?
I stick with my 4-2.
Okay. Our 4-2, buddy.
Our
4-2.
Our 4-2.
Did somebody pick a 3-2 OT Flyer win?
I do believe there is.
We're sitting, baby.
Intern Andrew can still get a point.
But his perfect score is out of here.
Out of here. Can still get a point.
Oh, look, Bundy's gone. I guess it's time to go.
Yeah.
See everybody post-game. live. Now, why did it take us so long to go live? Well, because, one, there was music that would absolutely get us a DMCA takedown on YouTube. Two, because there was a skirmish, a little post-game skirmish out there, Bundy.
Little,
well, fisticuffs
looked
out there,
like a
Bundy.
little physicality at the end of the game.
You like yourself a little bit of physicality here on a nice, rainy, snowy kind of night.
Great win. Good
win.
comeback. Calgary, I thought, played a pretty good game. I thought the Flyers did a great job in the third, sealing it up. Get that next sealer. Trying to seal somebody there at the end.
He was just looking for it. He wanted anything to hit. He was so excited.
He wanted a pound of flesh.
Yep. And he almost got it.
So, 3-2.
Yes.
I said overtime for the dramatics, but I'll take the 3-2.
Yeah, you know what? We have to put this out to the
today.
people. Bundy called overtime. It didn't go to overtime. Does he get 2 points? Yes, he does.
Of course I do.
He gets 2 points. He now extends that lead ever so slightly. So slightly.
Well, you guys were
we got
an empty netter.
Anthony's got his pee bottles here.
Look at this. Already got everybody. Look at this.
He's got little pee bottles here.
Look at that.
I don't know what this crap is that he
drinks. Fans are looking at us like, what is going on?
I don't know what it is
You know
that
what?
he
There it
drinks.
is. There it is. Look at that.
Here, just take those off camera. That's just off. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that. You know.
Dumb and dumber there.
Welcome into the Press Row Show, the #1 rated pregame, intermission, and postgame show this side of the Mississippi. A lot to get into in that game.
Go boys, yes sir.
But
Big win.
let's call it like it is. Okay. This was a big day.
Big day. Big win. Big day.
Big day for the Press Row Show. We had guests galore. You know,
yeah, like
it was a wild day that we had down
So
here.
we started at noon today. We've had a great audience with us the entire time.
Yes.
We had some amazing guests. We had Cindy Stutman, who's really one responsible for a lot of the logistics involved in this amazing Ed Snider Legacy Game Day.
Yes.
We had Dan Hilferty jump on for about 5 minutes, which we'll probably get in trouble for.
That's possible.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care. And then we had my old roommate and longtime teammate Johnny LeClair, Flyer Hall of Famer, on as well. So we had a good day. We had
and Sarena Snider was here.
Sarena Snider, yes, of course.
So we had 4 guests today.
Yeah.
Who knows what'll happen post?
Well, and Ike Richman.
Oh, and Ike Richman.
We
That's right.
We had five great guests.
All 4 were planned.
Yeah,
1 was not.
All that are very, very much integral part of the Flyers family, both new and old. And again, I think the one thing that's so amazing is.
This person says you don't get the extra point because it's called
but
overtime.
you know what? Because we get the double extra points for OT.
We have not agreed to that.
If these guys haven't figured out exactly how to play it, then don't play the game. You're playing in a league, Russ.
To play the game.
You're in a different league right now, son.
Time to play the game. All right. Flying Lawn Chair says Lott was hammering away at the end there. I seem to remember saying that I thought Lawton and Couturier were going to have big games, and they had good games. They had good games out there today.
Coots had a good game. Scotty had, he had a good game too. He did. I'm just trying to. I'm going through because I think of some of the plays in the game here. Like Cam Atkinson actually played pretty well.
He did.
He couldn't score. Like he seems lost like that. I didn't love the D today. Like as a whole, I don't think it was just. I mean, they only gave up 2 goals, but I didn't love it really. Mm-hmm. I thought the forwards were fine. Like it was. Listen, this was just a great win. It's a revenge win coming off of last week's New Year's Eve game against Calgary, and so I think the Flyers and their fan base, you're certainly thrilled here, getting back in the win column.
I do want to put this one up. Ryan Cornelius nailed this. Win the period, win the game. TK calls game in the third, and this comment was at 3:11. So that's before the third period even started, and Ryan got it, nailed it, got the prediction. Down to the goal scorer. You love to see that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do want to ask you, though, there was a moment late in the third where Calgary thought they scored the goal to tie the game at 3 apiece. And then it gets called off for interference, and we were trying to figure out where exactly the penalty was on that play. Did you see something that warranted interference on that play?
I saw one of the Calgary players fall when the shot was taken, so I'm either thinking he got clipped at the end of it, and that's where the call was made. But, I mean, that's even worse. When the goal's taken away, you score one, and then you're going to the penalty box along with the removed goal. So, that would be probably that was the game, the difference in the game. Because, again, the puck was able to find a redirection, found its way past Carter Hart, and that ended up being the kind of the difference in the game. Certainly gave Calgary no life.
Yeah.
And that would have been an interesting goal had that counted.
Rob South asks, I need an honest answer. Would Hart drop the gloves? I was hoping. I see no scenario.
No, I don't think so.
Cardinals
I don't think nobody wants that. No.
All right, anyway. Phil Original says, best effing win of the year, hands down, carried over, smoked the Pens. David Castleman. Woo-woo. Massimo Cerelli asks what we think of Atkinson's return. You mentioned solid game, didn't score, but better than before he got taken out of the lineup. That's the kind of effort and performance I think you need to see out of him.
He was a more determined player tonight. He was getting into in between the hash marks, which is where you score goals. He looked to be a difference maker tonight. It didn't happen on the score sheet, but I thought he played with some good vigor in his game today. He was a lot more noticeable than he'd been the last month and a half.
Yeah. I will point out to people that we'll have the Torts presser, and I know that Anthony is working on getting a player. I can see the name of the player, as can you if you scroll down there. But
yep.
We'll see. It's one of the guys that I said I thought would have a big game because it's one of only 2 players who played for this team prior to Ed Snider's passing. So there's a little cliffhanger for you. If we can get to that player before Bundy and I are ready to roll out, we will. If not, we'll have that interview up on the Twitter account, and I'll probably put it on Facebook and maybe on YouTube as well. So we will get there. Want to know what you think out there on Facebook, on Twixter, and on YouTube. So drop your comments below. By all means, don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, hit the like button. It's really big for us.
Yeah.
And then share the show.
Yeah,
It's the only Flyers podcast and the number 1 rated pregame, intermission, and postgame show.
See you, everybody. Great win today. Way to go. Look, I'm an old school guy, like really old school. So all this like laptop likes and all that stuff, you just do it because it actually really does help with this algorithm.
Yeah.
So yeah, for somebody that I don't live on the internet or on the laptops, but it's really important to give us a like.
Yes.
And whatever else, Russ, with that.
Oh, you gotta hit that like.
Smash that like button. The like button.
You gotta ring that bell so you get notified whenever there's a new episode of Snow the Goalie or the Press Row Show or the Morning After Recap, and then you subscribe to the channel.
This is I'm going to say this. This is the best win of the year on the best day of the Flyers hockey that we've seen in a long time. This has been people out there prognosticators. They say, "Oh, would you guys win the cup?" It doesn't matter because this is what it's all about. It's a return to what this team's about. And that today was on full display. Family, friends, community, fan bases, passion, effort. Yep. All those little things that have always been important. There was not one semblance of the hideous corporate
nonsense
that we were thrown and bellied into for 5 years.
Yep.
Today was a beautiful day. And a lot of people put a lot of time and a lot of effort in to make this day happen. And I'll tell you what, as a former player, played a lot of games here, I'm really proud. Really, really proud to be here today in my orange shirt. And super honored to be back up on the balcony doing this with you, Russ and Anthony.
Cliff says, Hilferty, Jones, Briere, and Torts are changing the culture, but I think that within the room, Couturier's made the biggest difference, and he should get Hart Trophy votes. Team went to hell without him.
Yeah, unfortunately for Coots, that's not going to get you any Hart Trophy votes.
No.
With the numbers he has, and it's a great story.
It is. It
is. It's an amazing chapter in a book.
It shows you how important. It shows you how important and impactful one guy can be.
It can be, because
even though he's not a guy who puts up 95, 100 points.
Right.
It's all of the other things that he brings to the table as well.
And don't think for a second that I don't understand what that person's saying by mentioning that about his impact. But
yeah,
unfortunately, the Hart Trophy's a popularity contest amongst the highest scoring skilled players in the league, and Coots is not in that mix. But his importance is worth as much as anybody else, quite frankly, for that matter, of what he brings to the team. It's been a lot, and it's been really, really, it's been great to see. I know we're having a guest, Russ. Had a couple of actually things today. I didn't really notice, but did Brink? I'm not asking my fans. This is what I love.
There are people
Brink and Delorier get stapled to the bench.
That's what they're saying.
Is Delorier, I don't even know if you could say he gets stapled to the bench, because he's a fourth-line guy that's not going to bring a lot of value in a 2-2 game in the third period.
Yeah.
Yep. And Brink, that's probably been coming.
Yep.
That's been coming for a while.
Yep. The Brink thing is disappointing. However, he has largely been disappointing for about 2.5 weeks now, at least.
brink.
Yeah.
We can keep going a little bit more than that. Yeah.
But I mean, especially like it feels like his play has dropped off.
It absolutely
pretty tremendously.
To be honest with you, Russ, I wouldn't say this, but he really needs to go back to the minors. Probably.
I think so.
I do. I think it's sometimes if you have the luxury of doing it. Like, I know that there's a carte blanche now to these guys because there's just so many jobs in this league, but they're handing them sometimes to guys that haven't earned them. Yeah. And to me, there's still value in that. You know, again, maybe there's just not 22 guys that you can find that are going to be all just world beaters. So you're stuck getting with guys in the lineup that still have to develop, still have to learn how to get better. And that comes with it every single day.
I'm not sure what this is on YouTube, but I'll address it. So Rob mentioned to somebody else who I can't find their comment.
They're with me.
Still
trying to kick my kid out of this thing.
Well, your kid looks like a
over
menace. He looks like a menace.
I got half like they got 2/3 of the Cherokee offensive line here, right? So I brought my son down because today is family day. Junior, come here. Dylan, come here. You two guys get down here. Get in here. Look at this. Look at the size of this 17-year-old, right? This is my friend.
17.
This is
crazy.
Get in here. Get in the frame. Let's go. This is the new center here. Come on, boys. Yeah, this is Big Max.
Right here, baby.
In there. Oh, did we lose the camera?
Right here. JV left tackle. See me on Monday.
Now we're good.
Okay, so go down.
Your camera.
Get out. This is that's our center. Come on in, Dylan. This is our right tackle. Look at the size of this hip of beef.
I'm not messing with
That's Big Dylan, and then my son's over here with his buddy there. They go fishing together. Come on in, Junior. Come and say hi to everybody on Snow the Goalie. World of Snow the Goalie. He's smiling today too.
Look at that.
And there's our organ player.
A big
win. And this is a local neighborhood fisherman right here.
Yep.
Good kid.
Is he an ice fisher?
He's going to be running the ball next year. He's a new Christian McCaffrey to the same Cherokee.
Yeah.
Anyway, that to me is what the Flyers game was about today. Putting my kids on the darn screen. Mm-hmm. and celebrating this day as we are with all our fans.
I'm going to get back to it. So Rob asked how to leave a review for the podcast, and it's really simple. If you're on Apple Podcasts, you go to leave a review. You can leave a 5-star rating, and then you leave a review, and you say how wonderful things are, or if you hate us, you can leave a 5-star review and say how much you stink. But if you're on Spotify, you go to the Snow the Goalie page, and then right below the logo, there's a little star rating. And you click on that, and then you can leave a 5-star rating. You can't leave a review there. Apple Podcasts still remains the only one that lets you leave a legitimate review. All right, let's see. Francis Izzo says, top win of the season, most entertaining game of the season. Mass Pass says the rest were garbage today. Matt Bennett, how about that? Morgan Frost. Smelling Forest, best moment of the game is when Boucher threatened to slap JJ for comparing TK to Ovi. Well, I'll tell you what. There are times when announcers make comparisons. And many of those times, I roll my eyes. And I will simply point to the thing that Zach Lowe said on Bill Simmons' podcast the other day about the Sixers broadcast team when they were doing the NBA TV game. Perhaps there's a little bit of homerism in local TV broadcasts. I cannot imagine that Jim Jackson was serious about comparing Konechny to Ovechkin, but if he was, we're going to have to go find him and have a chat.
Yeah, that's one of those ones where you're if you can compare like LeBron to Jordan,
that's fair.
You know, I mean, people are going to make that comparison, right? The number of championships. But when you got a guy now who's going up against Wayne Gretzky's all-time goal record, I know he's short right now of it.
Yeah.
And then you're comparing even a hometown favorite right now.
Yeah.
Is ridiculous.
I'll tell you what,
man. That is an absolute reach of reaches, and to actually breathe the same names in the same sentence is actually quite funny.
I'll tell you what. All I'm thinking about is, I don't know if you remember Furkan Korkmaz. He still plays for the Sixers. He's still on the roster. I'll tell you what, when Furkan Korkmaz is given the opportunity to shoot a corner three, it looks a little bit like little Klay Thompson out there. I'm just kidding. That's ridiculous. TK and Ovi.
I thought the funniest thing I saw
all week
division. I thought the funniest thing I saw all week was the Chappelle show. The new one.
I didn't watch the new Chappelle special. Was it good?
They put the Gervais and the Chappelle show out like one day with
Gervais
each
came
other.
out like the week before. I still need to see that. All right.
Yeah.
A lot to unpack, I'm sure. Mike Bishak says, time to give the C to Coots. We know that Tortorella does not want to name a captain for whatever reason. He seems to be adamantly against it. Are they really going to go through the whole season without naming a captain?
I think it would be odd to do it now, but we'll see.
It'd be odd to name a captain.
Yeah,
okay.
I think so.
If they make the playoffs, do you go into the...
I don't know. We'll worry about that when we get there.
Cross the bridge then?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not worried about. I don't worry about any of that stuff right now because things are going well.
Yeah.
So there's no point.
Oh, here you go. Vineet Singh. Even with the challenge with the trip out west, the Flyers are only 7 points out of first place in the conference. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, that's a long way. Believe it or not.
Yeah, let's not have that chat though, because the last time the Flyers were allegedly in contention for the top spot in the conference, it was that COVID year, and well, we all know how that went. Hey, before we get to more comments, I do want to point out really quickly, up above, you can see that we're going to be doing the Clearwater combo trip through Philly Sports Trips. We're going to be going down to see Phillies Astros spring training on a Friday, and then the Flyers and Lightning on a Saturday. There's going to be a big meet and greet, a big old party. A lot of fun stuff going on down there. So head over to phillysportstrips.com, check out the trips section, and you can find our trip. Also, the link to that is in the YouTube description, Facebook description, and if you're listening after the fact, it is also in the podcast description of the episode. So go over there and sign up today, and let us know that you're going to be coming, and we're going to have a blast. And
It's gonna be a fun time.
It's going to be a fun time.
At Snow the goalie Speedo for Anthony.
Oh no, we want people to go. We want people to. Anthony and a Speedo ain't selling tickets.
Could you imagine?
Unless it's some people like.
Let's leave him alone. Let's not pick on him.
I was gonna say something. I'm not gonna say anything.
Are we still waiting for our guest? We have a guest. Is there a presser today? Do we have?
There's a presser, but so apparently this is part. I'm gonna hold this now because now I'm just annoyed at Anthony. So apparently Anthony told intern Andrew not to go to the press room, but to go to the locker room, like to the separate locker room for when the guest gets there, which means no Torts presser. And I said to intern Andrew, well, why? And he goes, I don't know. I'm just listening to Anthony. And once again, Bundy, I point out this is why nobody should listen to Ant. So we are awaiting our guest, and when we have him, it'll be great. But in the meantime, we'll do a little bit more here, and if we don't have the guest by the time we're done, then whatever. But if we do, it'll be great. Should I tell people who it is?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Scott Lawton. We'll have Scott Lawton postgame. We're just waiting. Waiting on the world to change. Hey, here's another thing. So Cam York, a couple nights ago, I think we were talking about him up here. I don't think we were talking about him on air, but I think we talked about him away from the mics and the fact that he's playing a more well-rounded game, and he's actually kind of throwing the body around a little bit. He doesn't look like the same version of Cam York early in the season when I said, SoCal kind of let the game come to him. He seems to be taking the game a little bit more by the huevos.
It's like you kind of throw a guy into like a war, and first you might get a scared kid.
Yep.
But then when you see some of what goes on around you, you adapt yourself to it. Yep. Find a way to succeed. Find a way to make your other players better with you. And that's what's happened. I mean, you grow up a lot,
We've now had a change. It's not Lawton anymore. Now apparently it's Joel Farabee.
Okay.
We also like Joel Farabee. He's been on the show many times, so who knows? Intern Andrew out here making us, fake news.
I'm starting to wonder actually if Anthony's the one that's been rigging and maybe sabotaging intern Andrew.
I think it's pretty safe to say. Oh, it looks like Anthony might be ready. Let's see if we can bring him on here, and we'll see if this works or not. It looks like Anthony has himself muted, which is great. So let's see. Let's try this.
It is unmuted. Okay, go ahead. All right, here in the post-game show with Joel Farabee. Joel, thanks for joining us here on Snow the Goalie. Really spirited game, and one you guys kind of needed to come back after the way things have been going. Can you talk a little bit about just kind of the energy and spirit that you guys played with here?
Yeah, obviously, our last probably 5 games haven't gone the way we wanted to. I felt like we gave good efforts, but tonight I really just felt like we did whatever it took, to win the game. Felt like the crowd here was awesome. Really loud building tonight, and I think that helped fuel the win.
First period was kind of like a little bit back and forth, but not a lot of that excitement that exploded in the second period. Is it more kind of the situation where you look at the hit on York and you getting involved with Lindholm there? Is that kind of, you think, you're just coming to his aid, or is it, I'm just trying to spark the team? What's your mindset there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really thinking too much in the moment, honestly. I just kind of saw the hit. I thought it was a really dirty hit, and I just tried to step up and defend my teammate. Hopefully I got the energy going a bit, and I think we scored not too short after. So, for me personally, just try to do whatever that shift calls for. However you can help the team win the game is what I try to do.
You get to play with Travis connecting a lot, obviously on the first line, but shorthanded is becoming something really special. He scores his 5th shorthanded goal this year. It's tied for the league lead. Just how dangerous of a player is he in those spots?
Yeah, I mean, him and Lotz are so good on the PK. They just read off each other so well. They play D really well, and then when they get that chance, they have really good chemistry when when a break happens. So obviously TK, he's been our best player all year, and he gets that big goal to win the game.
Now, one of the things that was such a big thing here today was the big celebration of the founder of the franchise, Ed Snider. Obviously, you weren't here when he was here, but you got to experience what it was before and what it is now. It's just seemingly night and day for you.
100%. Even my rookie year, talking to guys that played under Mr. Snider, you just hear about what a great guy he was and what he did for this franchise. And he's the reason that we're able to play now. So the guys in the room, we know exactly what he means to this franchise, and it's so cool that we get to have a day to celebrate him, and even better that we got to win.
Great, Joel Farabee, thank you for joining us on Snow the Goalie postgame.
Thanks.
All right, back to you guys. Thanks, Joel. Appreciate it, bud.
Just in case you missed it, they're going to start.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to
doubled me up. I have a hard enough time looking at one of me, let alone looking at two. That's something Clark you'd say.
All right,
I hope we don't have to look at two of him. It's hard enough watching one.
All right, look, I want to explain to people something. All right, I see the comments. I do. I see these. I see the.
We see it too.
Like it's being filmed in a microwave. Internet from 1999.
Andrew Fawcett did intern. Andrew got a handshake.
Oh, good point. We got to find out.
Did Farabee give him a handshake?
Did Farabee give him a handshake?
So intern Andrew now has actually risen to the level where he's now being extended handshakes by the players.
Handshakes. Now, Bobby Brink was the one who did that early in the year. He's the only one. Remember, the intern Andrew Elf poem. Bobby Brink is the number one fan. He's the only player to have shaken intern Andrew's hand.
That is something.
That was part of the line.
Looks like we may have another one.
We might. We have to find out. We'll find out for sure. That really is one of the most important things going today. So we have to make sure that we get an answer on that. Okay. Let's zoom out on this really quickly before we head out. Snider Legacy Night. We talked about this a million times tonight. This would not have happened 2 years ago. I think that there is a sense of pride that we have to some extent, that 2 years ago, or I guess it's three. I guess it's technically three. It's 2024.
It would have been 2022.
It was 2022.
2022,
okay. Yeah. 2022.
Which is 2 years ago at the same time.
That's right, yeah. Math is hard. There was the point where the organization at that time, the people who were in charge, they didn't do the birthday thing. The birthday tweet.
They did everything wrong for 3 years that you could possibly do wrong.
And by the way, when I said that earlier, when Ike Richman was on, I think it might have thrown him for a loop a little bit. My point during that intermission was those people who were in charge at the time, they were so hell bent on erasing. It was weird. Erasing Ed Snider. It was weird. It almost felt vindictive. And they tried, and in fairness, for a while, it felt like the team and the organization were heading down this path that they were so split away from the fan base that, they were going to fall to fifth in the city, and that eventually no one was going to care. And
apathy had set in. That's one of the big things.
I think we'd gotten past. I think it's weird. You went from, anger to apathy, and then it was just to disinterest. I mean, it was even beyond apathetic when people would be like, whatever. It was almost like, I think there was a small part of the fan base at that point who felt so betrayed they almost rooted against their team, which is crazy.
Well, we had 2 years ago. We had people wearing bags on their heads to games. All right, that's where we were.
Apparently Torts is. Should we go to Torts really?
Why
quick?
not?
Do you want Torts? All right, let's get Torts.
Yeah, we had our hands full, and the key for us is I thought we spent more time in the red zone. It was important for us to do that.
We talked to you yesterday about Morgan. You brought up the meeting that he asked to have with you yesterday. We just talked with Morgan, and he spoke on it a little bit. He said that that could be hard for him to do. Were you, in a sense, waiting for him to do something like that, to have that back and forth with you, to ask for it?
I wasn't waiting. It's part of my job to. How can I put it? It's part of my job to try to bring that to a head. I think that's the only way that you can find a road to communicate and try to help the player. You guys may think benching players is fun for coaches and you're just pounding your chest. That's not the way we feel. It's trying to get someone's attention, and it starts the conversation. And Frosty's he's a great kid, very quiet and unassuming, and I guess he's probably been brought up, you just don't talk to coaches. It's different. For me, I need the conversation, and I think he took a big step, and it's going to help me try to help him. Where it all goes, I don't know, but at least there's a path there now.
You started the press conference by mentioning Ed. Mm-hmm. You guys as an organization do something like this, a legacy game to showcase what he's brought to this city. What does it mean to not only just you, but everybody that was here today? Yeah,
and the type of game, the style of game, I think he kind of had us playing that way up there. Maybe, I don't know, but it's hard for me to. I wish I knew him. I just have secondhand information and a ton of it about what type of man he was. And I just wish I had a chance to meet him and just talk to him for a bit. I'm glad we responded, and I think the organization, the tribute they paid to him, I thought was one of the better tributes I've seen. And I've said it to you before, this organization gets it. It gets it with that type of stuff. Families and the history of it, and people that have given people opportunities to be in the organization. I think it's a really good organization. So I'm happy it ended on a good note for him, and certainly well recognized, and he should be.
It took a while, maybe, for you guys to be rewarded for these last 2 games. You finally get the power play goal. But what is the team, what has the power play unit's been doing over these last couple games right? Because the chances, the shots, is way up.
Samula's made a big difference. It's a quarterback. I think he has that type of mentality. I think he has that type of poise. I think he's made a huge difference to give us a chance just to settle it down sometimes. And other guys are playing well. I think there's a little chemistry with it right now. And, we have all those power play chances, and the way we score a power play goal is throwing it off the goalie's back from behind the net. The game is funny that way, but I think Z has done a terrific job in settling things down, and other guys have chipped in from there.
Breaking Samula didn't get a shift in the third period. Breaking Samula, Delorier
Yeah.
didn't get a shift in the third period. Was there an injury issue there?
No, I went with 3 lines.
Thanks,
Okay.
Hello. So, we just put some of our favorite comments up there for Anthony later when he goes back and watches the show.
We're having fun with the comments, but thank you. You guys actually amuse us sometimes as much as we hope we amuse you, because we do laugh at the comments, and I don't think there's not one that goes by we don't see. Not a single comment we don't look for.
144p. Nah, 14.
Look at this. Project Veritas has better video. That's too good,
man. All right.
We do have a partner in this. We're not going to go there right now.
I can see the pixel.
We're gonna reach out to our partner, and we're gonna see if there's a way we can't get that locker. Because it makes me nuts, right? Like I every night I know it makes me absolutely want to freak out.
I agree. Anyway, but you know what? It's part of what makes it such a homey show. We're kind of like cozying up next to the fire. With a nice warm blanket.
I think we pride ourselves like that. When we come on, we want everyone to have fun, and I think we do a good job of that. I know you guys. I can feel the participation through the comments by people coming up here and seeing us during the games, letting us know how much they enjoy listening to it. But we want to tell you guys too, we love listening to you. And you know what? You, the fans, were as much a part, or the biggest part, of the Ed Snider legacy game than anybody else. And I'll tell you, I played here for 12 years or what it was. And Ed Snider loved you, the fans, more than any of his players. I promise you that. And that's how you know you have a great owner. He loved his players. He adored his fans. Yeah. And that's why Philadelphia is such a special sports city, because of that kind of relationship. And we thank you. I mean, this was a great day by the Flyers.
It was a great day.
They did an amazing job. Dan Hilferty, Cindy Stutman, Jonesy. Danny Briere didn't do much. He's been over at the World Juniors. He's at the World Juniors coming back today. So. But again, a lot of the old guys coming back, a lot of the alumni here, the fans, a packed house.
It was crazy. One thing we were trying to figure out is there's a Sixers game later. They're actually changing it over right now.
Yeah.
And typically where Gritty's Chaos Corner is, there were probably 100, 150 extra seats.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure out if that was because of the Sixers game or if it's because, this looked like a sellout tonight. Or darn near close.
Yep.
So we didn't know if that's what it was. We haven't gotten an answer yet from the team, which we'll figure out at some point. I do want to point out one thing here before we head out. You mentioned about the interaction with the people who watch the show, which is great, right? An engaged audience. I'd encourage people. So Pat McAfee got embroiled in controversy this week. I don't know if you saw this.
I don't know.
So McAfee gets embroiled.
Is this what the Aaron Rodgers thing?
Yeah, but it was after that. He called out an ESPN executive for trying to tank their show, spreading false numbers about ratings and everything. It got real ugly. But he had a thing that kind of went under the radar, and he talked about when you're creating a show, kind of like what we've done, right? We are obviously a much smaller scale, right?
Right.
But, he noted that when you're doing something like this, you see a number, and as a person who goes on YouTube or on Twitter or whatever, and you see a number of people, it doesn't pull all those numbers together. We typically see an aggregated number. But you'll see a huge number, and nobody's participating with the show. And then you go, well, that's weird. Are people paying for concurrent viewers? Which happens. It does happen. It happens in sports shows. It happens in entertainment shows. It happens. And the thing that I think we can hang our hat on here, other than the fact that we have not paid for people to download the show or watch the show, which I can't say for every show in the city of Philadelphia, this engaged group of people, and there are many names that we pull up, and sometimes it's a lot of the same people, and then sometimes there are new people that we haven't seen before. I'm really proud of the fact that every Press Row show, and every time we do Snow the Goalie Live, we have new people who are checking in from Finland and the West Coast and the Midwest and the East and down South. We've got people all over, and it's such a cool thing to get to interact with those people.
And we have respectful battles when there are a couple and differing opinions. I appreciate that. I love it, believe me. And if you don't agree sometimes with something we say, my voice doesn't mean it's rule of law because I played. Might be wrong, too.
Yep.
And we're more than happy to have that conversation. And so, look, we got someone from Greece, too, our friend Matt Bennick. He was here last game. I missed him, but we'll catch up.
Greece there, yep.
So
right. I think it's time to go. I think that we've officially hit the point where it's time for us to head out. Want to thank everybody who checked in. Want to thank everybody who spreads the word about the show. And don't forget, we'll be back. There are 9 home games this month. Mm-hmm. We've now done 2, but there's still 7 to go. They're back here Monday, and then they're back here Wednesday. And then is it next weekend is the one that's crazy where it's Saturday and Sunday back to back?
They got a double game.
I'm pretty sure that it's next
on
weekend.
my calendar right here.
But absolutely.
We have you know what it is, Russ? It's the 12th and January 12th. They're at the Wild. What am I missing here?
What are you seeing?
What am I looking at?
I was listening to there was somebody on the elevator today who was saying that they've got Saturday, Sunday next week. This makes for a great show. However, I'm just trying to illustrate the point. There are many games coming up. So they've got Monday. I have it here. They have Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. I'm wrong. It's Friday, Saturday.
But they're both on the road this weekend.
They're away.
Yeah, that's
You're right. It's that following weekend. You're right. It's the 20th and the 21st. They're home against Colorado and home against Ottawa. That's going to be brutal. But anyway, a lot of home games.
It's a great show.
We'll be back.
Think about Anthony. Think about that. There you go.
Anthony's pee bottle. Listen.
It's not really.
Do us a favor in the meantime. So we'll be back Monday, back Wednesday. We'll try to figure out a regular Snow the Goalie at some point. Do us a favor. Share the show to somebody, to multiple
friends.
people.
Yep.
You can share it on Facebook. You can share it on Twitter, whatever. Share the YouTube link. I don't care. Like the video. Share the video. Subscribe. Ring the bell so you get notified when we go live. And as always, a big thank you to everybody who checked in. And we'll be back on Monday with another edition.
Thanks for being here. Great day today. Just an awesome show, an awesome game, awesome place in the building. Here comes Anthony. Anthony, you want to say goodbye to our fans? There's a big day, and I know that
anytime he has the chance to.
I do. We're going to bring him back on here.
By the way,
we're just talking about what a great day. Thanks a lot, Ant, too, for living this in front of me. Really appreciate it.
Pee bottle. Bashful bladder syndrome.
We were just talking. Finally, we're going to hang up now. But what a great day this was, and how blessed we've been, Phil, to be here today. But really for the fans, I really feel like this was for the fans, and man, was it needed.
Yeah, it really was. Did you guys hear the beginning of Torts?
No.
Before anyone even asked him a question, he talked about how this was a game that was perfect for Ed Snider and the Flyers of the past.
Yeah.
Like, he just walked out and said it. He's like, how about that for a game for Ed Snider? It was exactly like his style, the style of game he would like.
Yeah,
That's good stuff.
And that's what we're just sharing. We just wanted to have you come back on. It was a great day for us.
Great day, awesome.
Bob Wright wants to know if you carried the box camera back with you. A lot of people have questions, comments, and concerns about the camera that you guys are using down there because it,
Why do you act like it's my fault? I'm just in front of the camera.
Are we at the point yet where we can start calling intern Andrew the fourth Ghostbuster?
It's a great question.
I think he still needs some more seasoning.
What was the fourth Ghostbuster?
Ernie Hudson?
Yeah, but what was his character's name?
Oh, there was a question here.
Yeah.
Did intern Andrew get a handshake from Farabee?
No, because Farabee walked. You guys should have probably saw it. He walked, just turned around. We weren't in the NBA locker room like we normally are.
I saw that you were in the hallway. Usually we get better video in the NBA locker room.
Well, we were forced out because that's where the Jazz are setting up. They had like their jerseys already hanging in the locker, so we had to pull intern Andrew out. Like he had no idea, and it was just like we got to do this in the hallway. And Farabee's like, you guys got to stand at this angle because there's gonna be a lot of stuff coming by, and there was a lot of stuff. There was a lot of noise. I don't know if you guys could hear it. All the people walking by.
I saw lots of people.
It was crazy.
Many people.
I not do it tonight. Ask me about the Steph Curry jersey story someday.
Steph Curry jersey.
Yeah. That's all. Just ask me next game.
All right, next game.
Save it. You're gonna love it.
Everybody out there, have a great night. We will see you again on Monday. Let's roll out.
Great.